Chapter 1302. Not far away, a talisman formation enveloped the void, its power sweeping across the sky. Rumble! Long Ao, Long 8, and many other Dragon Clan warriors were trapped. Thunderous noises reverberated in the sky. There were also more than a dozen young men and women from the Golden Rock Clan. They were also surrounded and attacked by more than 20 dragons. Roar! The powerful dragons transformed into their gigantic dragon and flood dragon forms. They surrounded and attacked the young men and women from the Golden Rock Clan. Their auras were so powerful that it made people tremble. The young men and women from the Golden Rock Clan also gradually activated their true forms. They were real Golden Rock Clans, shining with golden light and sharp feathers. They were powerful and terrifying. Kill the dragons, and the Golden Rock Clan fought. The dragon soared into the sky, and the rock descended to the 9 heavens, crushing the sea of clouds high in the sky. Rumble! In this chaotic battle, the dragon soared and the rock attacked, piercing through the void. The sound of the collision of energy was like thunder, shaking the void and exploding with dazzling runes. In this chaotic battle, runes flashed, and fierce auras soared into the sky. The battle was endless. Chi-La. Du Xiaofu activated the Mountain Pulse Soul, enveloping Little Star, Ghost Chariot, Guqin Demon, and the others, and disappeared into the ground below. Where do you think you're going? Long Bao let out a loud cry. His body turned into a dark golden ray of light that tailed behind like a thunderbolt. He also plunged into the ground, creating a huge gully that spread across the land. Rumble! At the same time, a huge crater appeared in the ground. A mountain peak collapsed from the peak to the bottom. The earth shook, and the ground rumbled as if there was an earthquake. Bastard, damn it! After a few breaths, Long Bao's figure leaped out of the crater and hovered at a low altitude. His face was dark and ugly, and he was furious. Long Bao's eyes were fierce and intimidating. He scanned the surroundings, and his mind collapsed. He realized that Du Xiaofu and the others had actually burrowed into the ground and disappeared. This was a large group of people who had disappeared right under his nose. At this moment, he couldn't even detect a trace of their auras. Long Bao did not give up. After searching around for a while, his expression became more and more ugly. The large group of people seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Bastard, the next time you fall into my hands, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Long Bao roared and flew into a rage, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't find any traces at all. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Rumble! High up in the sky, the sea of clouds surged as resplendent rays of light shot into the sky from time to time. Low-energy sonic booms reverberated like thunder. Long Bao raised his head and gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he stomped his feet and blasted the mountaintop below him. His figure once again soared into the sky. Du Xiaofu and the little alien dragon had escaped, but he could not let Jialo Kaling escape as well. In the misty space, there was a faint aura of thunder and lightning. This aura was filled with destruction, causing one's origin soul to tremble. Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, the Ghost Chariot, the Zither Demon, the Divine Ape King, and the others appeared in this space. Du Xiaofu's golden 5-fingered mountain vein spirit dissipated. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The more people he had to take with him, the greater the pressure he would have to bear. Carrying this group of people, in addition to the consumption of the 8-star Nirvana symbol array that he had just set up, made Du Xiaofu somewhat unable to bear it. Father, are you okay? Little Xingxing's young face was extremely nervous. His little hand took out a large amount of spiritual herbs from somewhere and handed them to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu grabbed the spiritual herbs from Little Xingxing's hand and stuffed them into his mouth. Light gushed out from his mouth and energy rippled. He said, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after a short rest." Where is this place? The spiritual fantasy Tiger King looked around. The destructive aura of thunder and lightning that was everywhere in this space vaguely made him uneasy. He inexplicably trembled in his heart. This place is safe for now. We should be able to leave in a while. Du Xiaofu glanced at the spiritual fantasy Tiger King and said. Naturally, he would not tell the spiritual fantasy Tiger King and the others that this was the divine thunder cauldron. Just as he urged the five-fingered mountain vein spirit to enter the ground, Du Xiaofu was already prepared. He called out the purple thunder profound cauldron in his body. After bringing everyone into the purple thunder profound cauldron, the cauldron shrunk to the size of a grain of sand. It retracted its aura and hid in the ground. However, Long Bao did not know any of this. Du Xiaofu did not escape far. It was a pity that he could not find any trace of the purple thunder profound cauldron. That was close. We were almost in big trouble. Hearing Du Xiaofu's exclamation, little Ying breathed a sigh of relief. The dragons had returned and chased after them. They did not come with good intentions. They came prepared. Phew, the Qin demon chariot secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise. He did not expect that the Demon King could still bring them away in such a situation. That guy's means were endless and unfathomable. We're safe. We finally got rid of the dragons and golden-winged rock. The violent Bear King was still a little nervous. He looked at Du Xiaofu. That savage and shameless guy wanted to drag them down with him in the heavenly beast tomb. However, he did not abandon them at such a critical moment. This made the violent Bear King a little puzzled. What kind of person was the Demon King? It was hard to see through him. We finally got rid of those mixed blood dragons and that woman. Little Xingxing's bewitching eyes fluctuated. They seemed to be suffused with a golden radiance. He was extremely happy. However, a worried expression appeared on little Xingxing's young face. He muttered softly, "Those mixed blood dragons have 2 martial domain realm experts and so many experts. I'm afraid that the golden-winged rocks are in trouble. Jialo Kai Ling should also be in danger. Although that woman is difficult to deal with, she's still alright. She even told me to be careful. She's much better than those mixed blood dragons." Du Xiaofu was touched when he heard little Xingxing's words. The Dragon Storm and Dragon Gale were 2 martial domain realm expert. It would be difficult for Jialo Kai Ling to deal with them. Although the 8 Gates universe formation that he had set up was not weak, the 8th dragon was not weak either. It would be difficult to rely on the formation to kill them. It might not even be able to trap them for long. Once the Dragon Storm and Dragon Gale interfered, the formation would not last for long. Suddenly, while Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Father, what's wrong?" Little Xingxing came back to his senses and asked worriedly. The formation was forcefully broken. It should be Long Bao's doing. Du Xiaofu frowned. The formation was forcefully destroyed. No matter how far it was, it would still suffer from the backlash. Rumble, in the sky above the sea of clouds, the space exploded. The 8 Gates universe formation that Du Xiaofu had set up was forcefully destroyed. Terrifying runes scattered in all directions like fireworks. However, after the terrifying energy swept to a certain distance, it stopped abruptly. Long Bao's eyes were cold as he looked at the formation that he had forcefully destroyed. However, he was not happy at all. Ao, as the formation shattered, the trapped dragons such as the 8th dragon and the 8th dragon also broke free. Some of them had already activated their flood dragon and true dragon bodies and roared like thunder. "Elder Long Bao, where is Du Xiaofu?" Long Qing broke free and looked around. Only then did he realize that the person who had trapped them in the formation had disappeared. He immediately asked Long Bao in surprise. "That little bastard escaped," Long Bao replied coldly. He was even more furious in his heart. He looked around and saw the huge and fierce golden-winged rocks that were fighting fiercely not far away. He shouted to Long Qing and the others, "Kill those golden-winged rocks for me. Don't leave a single one alive." As soon as he shouted, Long Bao pounced on Jialo Kaling again. He realized that Long Feng alone could not stop Jialo Kaling. He was swept away by Jialo Kaling's attacks and was forced to retreat. Kill, Long Ao, Long Ba, and the others were stunned. They didn't know how Du Xiaofu was able to escape with so many people under Elder Long Bao's watch. Then, their faces turned gloomy. They had no choice but to kill the dozen or so golden-winged rock. Bang! The runes soared into the sky, the aura was violent, and the space was turbulent. Dang dang! Long Feng's body was pushed back. The runes around his body dimmed. His expression was ugly. He realized that he could not stop Jialo Kaling at the same cultivation level. Are you okay? Long Bao's figure appeared beside Long Feng. He stared at Jialo Kaling. Where is that brat and the little dragon? Long Feng blocked Jialo Kaling, allowing Long Bao to escape and deal with Du Xiaofu and the little dragon. When he saw Long Bao return empty-handed, his expression turned gloomy. That brat is strange. I let him escape. The next time I see him, I will tear him into pieces. Long Bao gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do. We can't let Jialo Kaling escape again. Bring her back to the clan. This trip will not be in vain. Long Feng's face turned cold. He looked at Long Bao and seemed to have a tacit understanding. Ao, two earth-shattering dragon roars reverberated through the sky. Long Bao and Long Feng's bodies shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, they expanded into huge dragon bodies that were more than 10,000 feet long. One dragon was dark gold, while the other emitted a bright white light. As the two dragon bodies hovered in midair, they shuttled through the sea of clouds. Waves of terrifying dragon power accompanied by vigorous energy fluctuations swept out from the huge dragon bodies like a storm. It shattered the surrounding space. It was vast and terrifying. Boom! Almost at the same time, Jialo Kaling's body shone with golden light. She transformed into the huge golden-winged rock with a wingspan of 10,000 feet. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings. Golden light flickered, and a mighty and domineering aura swept out. The surrounding space trembled violently. The terrifying aura swept out. Gee, damn dragons! A sharp screech resounded. In the golden light, the golden runes on Jialo Kaling's body flickered. She flapped her wings and rushed toward Long Bao and Long Feng's dragon bodies with rolling power. It's time for the second watch. Little you, continue to work hard and write. Chapter 1303. Jialo Kaling was not afraid of Long Bao and Long Feng, but she knew that the dozen or so disciples she brought with her were no match for the powerful dragons. This time, Jialo Kaling only brought a dozen or so youngsters with her to the heavenly beast tomb. She wanted to train the younger generation and see the outside world. She did not expect to encounter such a crisis. If she had been prepared, the Golden-Winged Rock clan would not have been afraid of the dragons. Jialo Kaling's huge body rushed out. She had to deal with Long Bao and Long Feng as soon as possible. Otherwise, the dozen or so disciples of her clan would be in danger. They would not be able to resist the attacks of the powerful dragons. Jialo Kaling, you can't stop us alone! Long Bao shouted. He knew that he could not do anything to Jialo Kaling, but it was different if he joined forces with Long Feng. They could suppress Jialo Kaling. Kill! Long Feng was a man of few words. His huge dragon body rushed toward Jialo Kaling with a hurricane. The dragon claws under his abdomen were like sharp swords. As he curled his claws, a terrifying energy distorted and solidified the void. He could crush the void. Roar! Long Bao raised his head and roared. The dark golden runes around him surged, forming a spatial vortex that swept toward Jialo Kaling. At this moment, Long Feng and Long Bao joined forces with tacit understanding. They even sealed the surrounding void. They attacked with full force, not giving Jialo Kaling any chance to escape. Jialo Kaling's body flapped her wings. Her fierce eyes emitted golden light like golden stars. They swept across the sky. She attacked fiercely without fear or retreat. Amidst the rumbling sound of space trembling in the sea of clouds, Giallo Kaling carried a terrifying momentum and instantly collided with the Dragonstorm and Dragonstorm. Rumble, for a moment, the fierce battle between the two dragons and the rock was the most intense and terrifying. Vast energy swept through the sky above the sea of clouds. This was a real dragon and rock leaping. The energy runes radiated in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The space rumbled and trembled non-stop. A shocking aura erupted and shook the sky. Not far in the sky, although the battle was not as destructive as the battle between Giallo Kaling, Long Bao, and Long Feng, it was more murderous. "Kill them all!" shouted Dragon 8 proudly. At that moment, there were more than 10 dragons surrounding them. No matter how strong the golden-winged rocks were, they couldn't withstand the attacks and were retreating. Some of the rocks were injured and couldn't hold on for much longer. Within the space of the purple lightning profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu's deathly pale complexion began to ease a little, but his expression was secretly changing. With the talisman formation broken, the golden-winged great rocks are in for it. There are quite a number of experts from the mixed blood dragons. I'm afraid they won't be able to contend against them, little Xingxing said softly. He knew that the dozen-plus disciples of the great golden-winged rocks were probably even more unable to resist at this moment, and they were definitely doomed. Golden-winged rock, Du Xiaofu lifted his eyes slightly. At this moment, he could imagine that the dozen or so younger generation members from the great golden-winged rock tribe would not be able to contend against the dragon tribe. In the end, they would definitely be killed by the dragon tribe. If the other beasts were killed by the dragons, and if the beasts wanted to deal with him, Du Xiaofu would be happy to see both sides suffer. However, at that moment, Du Xiaofu felt uncomfortable for no reason. Even the blood in his body was surging slightly. The golden wings of the rocks in the gods' watchtower buzzed loudly. Thinking that the golden-winged great rocks would most likely be killed by the dragons, Du Xiaofu felt as if his clansmen were being killed. That feeling made Du Xiaofu feel the same as when he found out that the people of the Stone City were killed by the Stone Dragon Empire. After all, the blood in his body was no different from the blood of the golden-winged great rocks. He had the mystic bones of the golden-winged great rocks, and he cultivated the techniques of the golden-winged great rock. Even though he knew that the golden-winged great rocks were doomed, he still remained indifferent and took the lead to leave. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even if the golden-winged great rocks wanted to deal with him, it was still better than seeing the dragons kill the descendants of the golden-winged great rocks. Moreover, Giallo Kaling's aura wasn't too difficult to deal with. Phew! Finally, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. His chest rose and fell, and a golden light flashed across his eyes. "Father, do you think those mixed-blood dragons will really kill the golden-winged great rocks?" Little Xingxing looked up and looked at Du Xiaofu with a puzzled look on his innocent face. There was a strange look in his eyes. "I'll go back," Du Xiaofu said, and made a decision in his heart. "Father, are you going back to help that woman?" Little Xingxing asked in surprise. "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded. If he went back and helped, he wouldn't feel so bad in the future. It would be considered as repaying the golden-winged great rock's kindness. "Father, I'll go with you," Little Xingxing said. The strange look in his eyes was no longer puzzled. Instead, it glowed brightly. Nodding, Du Xiaofu said to Little Xingxing, "Then you have to be careful. Don't worry, Father. It won't be that easy for those mixed-blood dragons to do anything to me." Little Xingxing was full of confidence and clenched his fists tightly. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He wasn't too worried about Little Xingxing. Some people said that he was a pervert, but Du Xiaofu knew that he was nothing compared to Little Xingxing. Little Xingxing, that girl, was the real freak. She was a demon. It wasn't easy for him to escape, but he still wants to go back and die. What is this guy thinking? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Illusion Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing, Ape God King, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They looked at Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing in shock and looked at each other. All the beasts knew that if they went back now, they would be walking right into a trap. The dragons didn't come with good intentions. With so many experts, even if they could resist them, they would have to pay a heavy price when the time came. What is this guy trying to do? Zither Demon Shangguan Qi Xian's handsome face opened his mouth into a circle, and he couldn't retract his chin. Zither Demon felt that Du Xiaofu wasn't a normal human at all. The outside world said that he was eccentric, but he was still better than the Demon King in front of him. I know what you're thinking. This matter bodes ill rather than well, and I definitely won't drag you along with me. I brought you with me in the heavenly beast tomb, but did you think I wanted to drag you down with me? Have you ever considered that if the dragons came back, they'd definitely make trouble for you? More importantly, I brought you with me because I left behind a great opportunity for you. Originally, I wanted to think of a way to give it to you, but now it seems I'll have to wait until this matter is over. When you go back up, you can leave on your own. You don't even need to be my followers anymore. From now on, you're free. Du Xiaofu glanced at the Illusion Tiger King, Guiche, and the others behind him. He paused for a moment, then his golden eyes swept over them one by one. But if you're still willing to follow me today, I can guarantee that as long as you're still alive, I'll definitely give you a great opportunity. Given enough time, you'll be able to roam the beast region unhindered. What do you mean? What great opportunity? In the heavenly beast tomb, that savage bastard really didn't want to drag us down with him? It should be true. If that bastard really wanted to drag us down with him, he wouldn't have needed to take us with him just now. He could have just left on his own. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, a commotion broke out among the beasts. Little Xingxing looked at the Ape God King, Fire Wrm King, Silverblood Leopard King, and the others, then sternly said, "It's the same for you. I won't make things difficult for you. If you want to leave, then leave. I won't make things difficult for you in the future. Let's go." Du Xiaofu ignored everyone else. He pulled Little Xingxing and disappeared from the space. Then, there was a fluctuation of lightning aura in the surrounding space. Everyone disappeared in an instant. When Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing's figures reappeared, they appeared in a deep pit that was in a mess. As the violet light in Du Xiaofu's palm faded, Guiche, Qin Mo, Ape God King, Illusion Tiger King, Xiao Falcon, and the others appeared behind him. Roar, boom, high up in the sky, the sound of energy was like thunder. Resplendent energy runes lit up the sky. The battle was raging above the sea of clouds. Not long after, the dragon's body could be seen rolling, and the golden-winged rock flapped its wings and shook the sea of clouds. Their auras were extremely terrifying. "Let's go." Slightly frowning, Du Xiaofu raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Golden light flashed under his feet as Du Xiaofu's figure immediately swept across the sky. Little Xingxing's bewitching eyes shone brightly as he followed behind. Whoosh, two figures, one big and one small, immediately rushed into the sea of clouds high up in the sky with domineering supreme auras. In the big hole in the ground, the Illusion Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing, Ape God King, and Fire Wrm King looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "That's the race of dragons and golden-winged rock. Are we really going to interfere?" Violent Bear King looked at the sky and said to everyone around him. The scene of dragons and rocks leaping made his beast soul tremble. Chapter 1304. High in the sky above the sea of clouds, energy swept across the sky. The void was boiling and the battle was intense. Strictly speaking, this was a siege. Many of the powerful dragons were surrounding and killing a dozen golden rock. Dragon 8 and Dragon Centipede had not even made a move yet. They were just standing at the side with a cold smile. Of course, the most intense battle was still the one between Jialo Kaling, Long Feng, and Long Feng. The battle between the three beasts tore the void apart. Runes shone brightly and energy soared into the sky. Boom! In the chaotic battle, a dozen or so golden-winged rocks were forced to retreat one after another. The weaker ones were already drenched in blood. Their feathers were dyed in faint golden blood, and some of the rocks' blood dripped down like a hazy drizzle. Roar! Many powerful dragons joined forces and activated their true forms to surround and kill the golden rocks. The dragons soared into the sky and entrenched themselves in the sea of clouds. Their huge tails swept and dragon claws struck. Their ferocious mouths spat out a large number of runes that gathered into a blazing energy beam. Even the dragon's roar could affect the beast's souls. Any one of the golden rocks was very strong. They could resist the powerful dragons of the same level. However, at this moment, they were resisting the joint forces of many powerful dragons. They were getting weaker and weaker. Even the strongest few of the golden rocks were suffering heavy injuries. Chi-La, a dragon's claw that was thousands of feet long, took the opportunity to reach out. It distorted the void and landed directly on the back of a golden rock. The dragon's claw and the golden rock's feathers collided, creating sparks. The collision of energy was terrifying. Then, the dragon's claw tore apart a piece of the golden rock's feathers. Blood rained down and the golden rocks hissed. "You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Die." A huge dragon locked onto a relatively weaker golden rocks. The dragon's roar resounded as it waved its claws. Its huge body swept across the sky towards the golden rock. Roar! The aura of this enormous dragon body was ferocious. The dragon roar was like a tide that swept in all directions. An invisible pressure caused the golden-winged rock, which had been heavily injured many times, to feel pain all over its body. The surrounding space was faintly affected and distorted. The golden-winged Pung did not retreat. As a creature whose bloodline was no less noble than the dragon clan, its bloodline was arrogant and domineering beyond compare. It came from the depths of its beast soul, and its terrifying eyes exploded with golden light. It flapped its wings and moved to the side, avoiding the giant dragon's attack. The huge dragon's huge tail swept across and brushed past the golden-winged rock's belly. Then, it swept across a sea of clouds and stopped. Boom! Rumble! The vast energy dispersed the clouds and mist like a thunderclap that resounded through the thick sea of clouds. Chi-La, the golden-winged rock's intimidating eyes revealed a chilling intent. Seizing the opportunity, it stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed at the giant dragon's tail. How domineering and fearless! You're an arrow at the end of its flight. You're courting death. The huge dragon's body was as fast as lightning. It was like a spirit snake. In the blink of an eye, the huge tail stopped its decline and exploded with a resplendent rune light. It teleported across the sky and dodged the golden-winged rock's claw in a flash. However, at the same time, the huge dragon's tail appeared in front of the golden-winged rock. The resplendent runes exploded from the dragon's scales. The huge dragon's tail seemed to expand even more. Light shot into the sky and dragon's might surged. The most terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The surrounding dragons sneered. At this moment, they did not even interfere. The golden-winged rock had been completely suppressed and could no longer retaliate. Die! The huge dragon's huge tail appeared in front of the golden-winged rock. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding golden-winged rock to involuntarily turn their heads. However, they were unable to protect themselves and could not help at all. Not good. In the distance, Giallo Kaling also felt it. While she was dealing with the siege of the Dragon Storm and Dragon Wind, she was also spying on the battlefield. She felt that the golden-winged rock of her clan was in the most dangerous situation. She was furious and wanted to escape and help. "You'd better take care of yourself first." The Dragon Storm and Dragon Wind roared. The dragons sealed the void and trapped Giallo Kaling's body. The battle in the distance was as fast as lightning. The huge dragon's huge tail had already landed. A terrifying aura swept out. The dragon's scales stood up. The terrifying aura was shocking and could destroy the void. At this moment, the golden-winged rock's expression changed. It could feel the terror of the attack. It was as if there was nothing it could not destroy. The huge dragon's cultivation was higher than the golden-winged rock's. If the golden-winged rock was hit, it would not be able to resist in its current state. The huge tail had already landed as fast as lightning. The huge dragon's eyes revealed a cold smile. The huge dragon was sure that it could kill the golden-winged rock. It was close at hand and as fast as lightning. The golden-winged rock, which had been severely injured, could not dodge at all. It could only fight with all its strength. It activated the power of the rock. Its feathers shone, and energy circulated in its body to strengthen itself. Golden light intertwined on its huge body. Its aura was extremely overbearing. The golden-winged rock wanted to use all its strength to fight back. Boom! The huge tail finally landed. The terrifying energy runes shook the void and distorted it. The muffled sound was like the sound of war drums. It produced a thunderous sound. "Be careful," many golden-winged rock shouted. Their eyes were frightening, but they were unable to stop the attack. Many huge dragons sneered. The golden-winged rock under the huge tail was enough to be suppressed and destroyed. As suddenly, all the spying gazes changed color. The pupils of the huge dragon that had attacked shrunk in the blink of an eye. Boom! The huge tail landed and suddenly stopped. Terrifying waves of air spread out in all directions. They spread out in a ring and only stopped after reaching a certain point. Then, the runes dimmed and the waves of air dissipated. Everyone who was paying attention was surprised to see that the golden-winged rock was unharmed under the huge tail. That is, then, everyone saw carefully that there was a tiny human figure standing in front of the golden-winged rock's huge body. That figure blocked the huge dragon's huge tail with one hand, causing the huge tail to stop. The dragons and golden-winged rock present were not weak, no matter how weak they were. Naturally, they could feel how terrifying the attack under the huge tail was. The dragons who attacked were perfected beast venerables. If it were a human, even a perfected martial venerable would not be able to withstand it. More importantly, where did this human come from? Everyone was stunned for a moment, but it really did seem to be a human. Just how strong must his physical strength be to be able to withstand that attack? It's him. Why is he back? At this moment, many golden-winged rock's eyes were filled with surprise. That human was dressed in purple robes. At this moment, he seemed to be very small, but there was a powerful fluctuation in his body. He lifted the huge dragon's tail and had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. It was the young man who had been brought onto the ship by the great commander and had cultivated the golden-winged rock's technique. Not good. At the same time, Dragon 9, Long Xiang, and the others' expressions changed. How could he not recognize that young man's figure? If it was not Du Xiaofu, the Demon King who had set up the 8-star Nirvana Talisman formation to trap them not long ago, who else could it be? Die. Holding the huge tail with one hand, Du Xiaofu did not stop. He turned his palm into a claw and directly grabbed the huge dragon's huge tail under the hard and shining dragon scales. Then, under the shocked gazes of many around, Du Xiaofu was like an overlord cauldron. Golden light erupted from his claw, and he lifted the huge dragon that was thousands of feet long and ruthlessly swept it to the side. Roar! The huge dragon let out a blood-curdling scream. At this moment, its perfect beast venerable realm cultivation was completely powerless to resist. It was like a ripple of an ant. The huge dragon's head directly hit the body of the huge dragon that was attacking another golden-winged rock not far away. The collision of the two huge dragons' bodies made the surrounding people's expressions change in horror. Watching this scene made their hair stand on end. Boom! This collision caused runes to erupt. Then, where the two huge dragons collided, the dragon's body exploded and the huge dragon was smashed into two. The huge dragon that was swung out by Du Xiaofu had its ferocious head blasted open. Dragon blood sprayed out, and before it could even scream, it was dead. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky, opened his mouth, and sucked. A huge suction force spread out from his mouth and wrapped around the huge dragon's blood, gathering it into a stream of blood. Then, Du Xiaofu swallowed it with lightning speed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was standing in the air, holding a huge dragon's body upside down in his hand. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the dragon's blood. This scene was extremely uncoordinated, but it made the surrounding dragons and golden-winged rocks feel a chill down their spines and their beast souls tremble as they watched. Coo-coo! Watching Du Xiaofu swallow the dragon's blood, the golden-winged rocks and the surrounding dragons felt their throats burning as they swallowed their saliva. At this moment, that seemingly tiny humanoid figure was so domineering and peerless. "It's that brat, it's Du Xiaofu. Quickly kill that brat, quickly!" High up in the sky, this scene was immediately seen by Dragon Bao. After being stunned for a moment, he confirmed that it was Du Xiaofu who had escaped. Seeing the two dragons instantly killed, he flew into a rage and roared. Chapter 1305. Jialo Kai Ling also noticed the change. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. She was surprised that the human would return after escaping, but she didn't have time to think about it. "You want to escape? Don't even think about leaving." Sensing that Dragon Storm wanted to escape again, Jialo Kaling let out an angry cry. She flapped her wings and flapped them in the air. Golden light suddenly burst out and spread out like lightning. In the end, it turned into a terrifying golden vortex of light that appeared in the surroundings. It erupted with a huge devouring power, dragging Dragon Storm and Dragon Storm's huge bodies into it. Ao and Long Feng roared angrily. However, under Jialo Kai Ling's full effort, they couldn't escape. "Brat, you can't escape this time." However, Long Ao and Long Ba roared angrily and immediately pounced on Du Xiaofu. "Humph! I'm not done with you mixed-blood dragons." A young child's voice spread out from the sky. A small figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu like lightning. He shook his arm and the small fist was wrapped in golden flames and blasted toward Long Ba. Du Xiaofu, who was devouring the dragon's blood, immediately reacted. He waved his hand and threw the giant dragon's corpse in his hand at Long Ao. Bang! Bang! Long Ba and the small figure collided. Long Ao's eyes were filled with rage as he collided with the giant dragon's corpse. Vast energy swept out and turned into a wave that dissipated. Thump! Thump! The small figure staggered and retreated until he was in front of Du Xiaofu. However, Dragon 9 definitely didn't have the upper hand. He was also swept back. Phew! Du Xiaofu stopped devouring the dragon's blood. His face was red and there was some blood at the corner of his mouth. It made him look even more ferocious. The violent energy contained in the dragon's blood was surging in his body. However, it was only the blood of a perfected beast sovereign. The energy wasn't enough to make Du Xiaofu suffer. "Father, which one are you fighting?" After the small figure retreated to Du Xiaofu's side, he raised his head slightly and asked, "All disciples of the dragons, listen up. Surround and kill Du Xiaofu and the variant dragons. Attack with all your might and kill the golden-winged Great Pring. And this quickly." Du Xiaofu raised his head to look at Dragon 8 and Dragon Xing, who had just been stopped. Dragon 8's face was cold as he shouted at the dragons around him. "Let's go all out and end this quickly." Aolo. The surrounding experts of the Dragon Clan also recovered from their shock at this moment. Immediately, they moved together and roared thunderously. They were about to attack the surrounding golden-winged rocks with all their strength, wanting to end the battle quickly. Aolo. There were also many giant dragons who surrounded Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing from afar. They wanted to attack, but they seemed to be a little afraid. "Du Xiaofu, remember this. I'll accompany you one more time. If you don't give me any benefits at that time, I won't let you off." Just as the surrounding dragon roars were shocking and the aura was surging, a voice rose from the sky. When the last word fell, a young man appeared above the sea of clouds. The young man's skin was as clear as jade. His clothes were whiter than snow. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder. His figure was straight, and the corners of his red lips were slightly raised. He stood there, looking indescribably otherworldly, like a celestial being, but with a little demonic aura. It was the Zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian. Behind the Zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, a scarlet youth appeared. His scarlet hair was like fire and blood. His temperament was outstanding. On his handsome face, his scarlet eyes were sharp and deep. He gave off an endless sense of oppression. The formless aura was vigorous and powerful, and it carried a ruthless and bloody sharpness. This young man couldn't be anyone else other than Gui Che. "Palace Master, we're back." "Palace Master, if you don't leave, we won't leave either." "Lord Dragon Emperor, we're still here." Whoosh whoosh, loud shouts rose into the sky, and then dozens of figures appeared in the sky with powerful auras. They were the Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Inging, Little Falcon, Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others. Those demonic beasts are all back? This sudden turn of events caused the golden-winged rock's intimidating eyes to reveal a look of astonishment. The demonic beast kings had actually all returned together. Looking at the Zither devil, Gui Che, Spiritual Tiger King, Divine Ape King, and the others who hadn't left, Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled with golden light. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and a faint voice mixed with profound energy spread from the sky. "Attack, kill the dragons." Yes. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Inging, and Little Falcon's aura burst out. The runes on their bodies shone brightly and expanded. They immediately activated their huge bodies, and a terrifying aura spread out in the sky above the sea of clouds. "We're here to help the golden-winged rocks. Attack!" Violent Bear King roared. In an instant, he charged forward with the Spiritual Tiger King, Little Inging, and the others. Among the dozens of monster kings, there were some who were strong and some who were weak. However, they immediately charged towards the giant dragons. The dozen or so golden-winged rocks who were fighting a bloody battle and were about to give their all in the end immediately felt their hearts being stimulated when they saw the sudden arrival of reinforcements. "Everyone, the golden-winged rocks thank you." The strongest golden-winged rocks, who had reached the level of Nirvana Beast Sovereign, roared in reply. The golden-winged rocks were so domineering that they didn't even take the dragons seriously. However, in their despair, they were overwhelmed with gratitude when the Violent Bear King, Spiritual Tiger King, Gui Che, and the others came back to help. "Attack!" The golden-winged rocks began to counterattack, seeing hope in their despair. Dong dong, the sound of a guqin suddenly rang out in the sky. When the sound entered their ears, they didn't feel anything at first. However, the sound of the guqin made their souls tremble. It was like the sound of a demon. The guqin demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, sat cross-legged in the sea of clouds. An ancient guqin covered in runes was placed on his knees. The guqin demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, closed his eyes. His 10 fingers danced as he plucked the strings. Demonic music surged out. Whoosh whoosh, the sound waves of the guqin were like knives that spread out in all directions. One of the dragons circling in the area had its scales crack inch by inch, and blood flowed out. "Bastard!" Dragon 8 was furious. His blue robe flapped, and his blue hair flew behind him. He was furious when he saw the Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Inging, and the others suddenly appear. He didn't think that these guys would dare to attack the dragons. But then, Dragon 8 fixed his gaze on Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. Du Xiaofu looked around. When he landed in the middle of the fierce battle between Jialo Kaling, the Dragon Storm, and the Dragon Storm, his eyes twitched. He looked directly at Dragon 8, and a cold aura surged. He said to Little Xingxing, Can you stall that peak nirvana beast sovereign for a moment? Just a moment is enough. Not to mention a moment, even a quarter of an hour won't be a problem. He's not even in the beast region yet. Little Xingxing nodded and looked at Long Xiang. He couldn't defeat the peak nirvana beast sovereign, but stalling him for a moment was no problem. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Du Xiaofu nodded. He raised his head and looked at Dragon 8 from a distance. He looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't. He smiled coldly. Sensing Du Xiaofu's strange smile, Dragon 8's heart suddenly trembled. He knew Du Xiaofu's strength, so he said to Long Xiang, "You deal with that Du Xiaofu. I'll deal with that little dragon. Let's finish this quickly." "Okay, I'll make that kid regret coming back," Long Xiang said in a deep voice. He immediately dashed out. His speed was even faster than lightning, and he charged at Du Xiaofu with the dragon might of runes. Roar! Little Xingxing moved. His tiny body leapt out, and with a dragon's roar, he transformed into his true form, hundreds of feet long. He hovered in the air, and his wings, which were hundreds of feet long, spread like phoenix feathers. Blazing red and purple flames covered his body. Although starlight flowed around him, and he had the aura of a golden-winged roc, he also had the terrifying aura of a sovereign. This autarka's aura filled the air, and the experts of the dragon race and the golden-winged rocs, as well as the fantasy tiger king and the violent bear king, all trembled in fear. "Your opponent is me," Little Xingxing urged on his true form. 5 claws rose from his abdomen, forming clouds of runes. His eyes shone with golden light as he flapped his wings, creating a blazing tornado of flames. Boom! Little Xingxing's true form immediately collided with Long Xiang. A terrifying, strange, and complicated pressure descended from his body. How can his pressure be so strong? The Supreme Being aura filled the air, and Long Xing was shocked. Even though he was a powerhouse from the Dragon Clan, he still felt a suppression from the depths of his bloodline and dragon soul. Roar! Feeling the terrifying aura, Long Xiang had no choice but to urge on his true form. Energy swept out like a tornado, blocking Little Xingxing. Just as Little Xingxing pounced, Du Xiaofu moved. A golden light swept out from his tall body, and his entire body was covered in gold. The roc wings spread out from his back, and golden light shone brightly. His figure was like a god, and wherever he passed, the void distorted. In an instant, he was in front of Long Xiang. Chapter 1306. Seeing that it was Du Xiaofu charging at him, Dragon 8's expression changed. Dragon 8 knew that he was not much stronger than Dragon 7, and Dragon 7's fate was still fresh in his mind. That demon king Du Xiaofu was indeed terrifying. Roar! In an instant, Dragon 8 transformed into his true form, covered in blue dragon scales. His huge body traversed the void, shuttling through the sea of clouds. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared above the void, and a downpour gathered. Boom! Dragon 8's true form roared, bringing with it a torrential downpour. The profound meaning he cultivated seemed to be related to water. The dark clouds in all directions rumbled, and the void rumbled as if it was about to shatter. In an instant, the runes on Dragon 8's scales shone brightly. His huge body swept through the sea of clouds, pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. Dragon 8's aura surged. Dragon 8's aura seemed to be even stronger than Dragon 7's. Du Xiaofu was not surprised, and his body did not stop moving. Du Xiaofu knew that Dragon 8 would use his true form. He waved his hand, forming a hand seal. Instantly, beast energies appeared one after another. Roar! The roar was like thunder, and the shadows of strange beasts spiraled out, roaring ferociously. There was the ancient bloodline Huidou, the ancient Ting snake, the Bian, and the Xieji. These were all rare beast energies. At this moment, Du Xiaofu instantly activated them. He had comprehended them on the 9th floor of the Hehuan School's Qiankuan Pavilion. These beast energies were powerful. If they were alive, their bloodlines would be stronger than the spiritual Tiger King, Little Inging, and Violent Bear King. They would not be weaker than the Ghost Chariot bloodline. At this moment, these beast energies were like living creatures, pouncing towards Dragon 8's huge body. Dragon 8 was surprised that a human could summon so many beast energies. He had so many tricks up his sleeve. It was unbelievable. Bang bang bang, Dragon 8 swept out in all directions. He was a descendant of the true dragon and a revered beast of Nirvana. He wasn't a weakling. Dragon's might rolled out as he waved his dragon claws, urging the true dragon's shadow. That was a divine ability of the true dragon clan. It completely destroyed Du Xiaofu's beast energy. Roar! Dragon 8 roared. After destroying several beasts, his dragon head rushed out of the sea of clouds and locked onto Du Xiaofu. On that ferocious dragon head, the dragon's eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. The dragon's eyes were as deep as a black hole, and the blue light was as bright as the vast ocean. The dragon's aura made the world roar. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and hovered in the air, looking directly at Draconic 8. Their gazes met. Their gazes were resplendent and dazzling. As they looked at each other, cold light splashed in all directions and killing intent filled the air. "Do you really think you can do anything to me?" Draconic 8 said coldly. His dragon eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at an ant. As a descendant of the true dragon and the 8th dragon prince, Draconic 8 was indeed qualified to look down on all living things in this world. Stormy wave palm. Du Xiaofu didn't reply. He directly attacked and a palm print was sent towards Draconic 8. That was the Du family's stormy wave palm. At this moment Du Xiaofu was using it. Its power was incomparable to before. With the waves of a stormy wave, the runes shone brightly and the airwaves overlapped. It directly suppressed Draconic 8. Too weak, nothing more than this. Draconic 8 wasn't afraid. He waved his dragon claws and directly destroyed Du Xiaofu's stormy wave palm. Even the surrounding void was crushed and the space exploded. Roar, draconic roars filled the sky. Draconic 8 opened his ferocious mouth, and blue runes shone in his mouth. He spat out blue runes like lightning towards Du Xiaofu, who was not far away. Boom! Boom! The bright blue runes instantly pierced through the void and landed on Du Xiaofu's body. That terrifying eruption of energy caused a smile to appear in 8 dragons' eyes. The resplendent blue runes pierced through the void, creating a shocking scene. However, the moment a smile appeared in Long Ba's eyes, the smile froze in his eyes. Du Xiaofu's figure was shattered into pieces before the blue runes, but no blood seeped out from his body. Oh no! At this moment, Draconic 8's expression changed greatly. He suddenly raised his head and saw a golden figure with golden wings appear above his head. Rock descends to the 9th heaven. Du Xiaofu appeared. Bright golden light burst out and urged the rock descends to the 9th heaven. It carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock. It was like a supreme being that suppressed Draconic 8. Coiling Dragon Calamity. Draconic 8 also urged the Coiling Dragon Calamity. His huge dragon body instantly coiled to resist Du Xiaofu. Draconic power fluctuated all over his body. Dazzling runes covered his body like a rain of light, twisting the void. One was the golden-winged rock's powerful supernatural power, and the other was the true dragon's supernatural power. The two collided, but there was not a loud explosion. There was only a vigorous bright light that rippled and spread out an astonishing power. Suppress! Du Xiaofu roared. Golden light gushed forth from his body as the golden wings of the great rock opened and closed. His tyrannical aura towered up into the sky as he swept his wings across the sky. His aura swept through the air, crushing everything in its path. Roar! Draconic 8 roared. Bright blue runes rushed to the sky and resisted Du Xiaofu's rock descends to the 9th heaven. A series of golden and blue runes burst out in the sky. The two collided and the pressure swept out. Heaven and earth trembled. The sea of clouds was shattered and no longer recovered. Ka, the void cracked and collapsed, revealing faintly discernible black cracks that made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, Draconic 8 and Du Xiaofu were using their full strength. One was a venerable origin beast, while the other was a venerable origin martial. One represented the true dragon, while the other represented the golden-winged rocks. Such a collision caused the void to tremble. Draconic 8 was gradually suppressed. The coiling dragon calamity was loosening. Draconic 8 was shocked. He realized that he could not do anything to a human. Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious. Draconic 8 was a descendant of the true dragon. He could not completely suppress him in an instant. As expected of a descendant of the true dragon, his cultivation was not something that ordinary beasts or venerable origin martial could compare with. Bastard! Draconic 8 roared in anger. He was afraid that something would happen to Draconic 8. He used his huge body to attack Little Xingxing. Stay! Little Xingxing activated the black tortoise divine shell and shouted. Golden light shot out from her eyes. A dazzling ink-black rune light spread out from the black tortoise divine shell. Suddenly, an illusory beast roared like a dragon and rushed to the sky. Roar! This illusory beast was completely black, but it was dazzling and resplendent. It was 1,000 feet large, and its entire body was covered in scales. It was completely black in color, and the turtle and snake intertwined. It was like a living creature, and it brought with it a tremendous pressure. Rumble! Majestic power spread out. Even the space was distorted. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions, causing the space to tremble. It suppressed Draconic 8. All of a sudden, a terrifying energy descended from the sea of clouds. Waves of strange energy began to converge. The terrifying energy emitted from above caused spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The aura of a supreme being. The ink-black illusory beast was the black tortoise divine shell. A terrifying energy swept out. Many of the true dragons, golden-winged rocks, and spiritual tiger king who were fighting fiercely were greatly affected. Draconic 8 was blocked. His expression changed. Under that terrifying power, Draconic 8 felt his dragon's soul tremble. He had no choice but to be blocked. He could only resist with all his strength. Human, you can't do anything to me. Ha ha! Draconic 8 roared ferociously. Although he was suppressed, he knew that Du Xiaofu couldn't do anything to him in a short time. When the time came, Draconic Storm, Draconic Wind, or Draconic 8 would come to help. The demon king Du Xiaofu in front of him would be doomed eternally. It's too early for you to be happy. Golden light surged in Du Xiaofu's eyes. The moment his voice fell, purple gold lightning surged out of his golden eyes. Everything happened in an instant. As if he had been prepared, an unprecedentedly powerful aura rushed out from Du Xiaofu's body. Instantly, lightning swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. A terrifying aura erupted and swept out in all directions. Rumble lightning raged as thunderclouds rose in all directions. In an instant, Du Xiaofu was like a god of lightning that had been born into the world. Monstrous thunderbolts exploded, causing the entire sea of clouds to flash and thunder to rumble. His terrifying aura gave others an unparalleled aura of execution and destruction. At the same time, an overbearing aura began to seep out from Du Xiaofu's body. Purple-gold electric arcs shot out in all directions. The dazzling purple-gold electric light was like a rising sun. In an instant, countless purple-gold electric arcs poured down, emitting a blazing radiance. A huge purple-gold golden-winged rock phantom soared out from Du Xiaofu's body and soared into the sky. The purple-gold golden-winged rock phantom and lightning rolled, enveloping Du Xiaofu's figure. It was as if they had merged into one and were about to soar into the sky. Du Xiaofu roared like a golden-winged rock. The sound waves pierced through the clouds and split the clouds. The phantom's huge wings spread out, and purple-gold lightning arcs sparkled all over his body. The ferocious aura spread out, causing the entire thunder space to tremble. Is he a human or a golden-winged rock bloodline? The surrounding thunder surged and the void boiled. The golden-winged rock in the distance couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at this moment. Under the terrifying purple-gold thunder rock's aura, even their real golden-winged rock would tremble secretly. The rock blood in their bodies was boiling and surging. Suppress! Du Xiaofu shouted again. He activated the Thunder Martial vein in his body and merged it with the purple-gold rock's supreme beast energy that he had comprehended from the golden-winged rock to suppress Dragon 8 again. Rumble, the purple-gold thunder rock spread its wings and suppressed. The tyrannical energy fluctuated, and the lightning arcs rose and fell like a golden rainbow across the sky. Dazzling runes surged in all directions. At this moment, Dragon 8 seemed to have felt something from Du Xiaofu's body. His dragon eyes were filled with disbelief. The dragon scales on his dragon body stood up, and bright runes surged. In an instant, the void boiled violently. Above Dragon 8's huge dragon body, there seemed to be a huge dragon phantom that was thousands of feet long. Roar! The huge dragon phantom overlapped with Dragon 8's body, and suddenly, there was a violent and destructive aura. It was as if the entire space was shaking, and it was shocking to the soul. There was no doubt that Dragon 8 was going all out at this moment. He had been pushed to the brink of death by Du Xiaofu. So what if you are the crown prince of dragons? I am the golden-winged rock, and you cannot withstand a single blow. Du Xiaofu laughed overbearingly. The purple-gold thunder rock phantom's eyes shot out purple-gold lightning arcs, and they were like two bright suns that illuminated the sky, overlooking the world. It controlled the supreme power, and it released an endless amount of tyrannical aura that suppressed the world and suppressed Dragon 8. Screech! The purple-gold rock screeched, and the sound seemed to pierce through the space. The sound waves were able to distort the thunder in the space. Its body was covered with purple-gold lightning arcs, and the claws under its abdomen were filled with purple-gold lightning arcs. The lightning arcs raged in the sky, and the claws tore the space apart, directly tearing apart the huge dragon phantom on Dragon 8's body. Creak! The terrifying claw came down, bringing with it a violent, destructive power. The giant dragon shadow on Dragon 8's body started to crack, and he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's human figure appeared above the enormous phantom of the violet gold thunder rock. Violet gold talisman runes flickered as an unprecedentedly powerful aura spread out from the tall and straight figure of the violet gold thunder rock. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was extremely strong, and it swept across the sky. It could not be provoked, and it also carried the power of execution. Boom! Du Xiaofu's fist landed on Dragon 8's ferocious dragon head. The lightning of execution burst out, destroying Dragon 8's defense. The fist hit Dragon 8's skull, and it made cracking sounds. Chapter 1307. Roar! Dragon 8 howled in agony, but that wasn't all. Everything wasn't over yet. It was Du Xiaofu's style to take advantage of his opponent's weakness. He stepped on Draconic 8's head and shot out purple-gold lightning from his eyes. It was like two purple-gold suns were shining. His overbearing and terrifying aura made the space roar. Boom! Another punch landed on Dragon 8's blue scales. Dragon 8's skull was badly mangled and his skin was badly mangled. Roar! The lightning energy engulfed Dragon 8's body, and his entire body was ravaged by the lightning. It was a horrible sight. If this was an ordinary primordial beast supreme, one punch from Du Xiaofu would have been enough to crush it. Only a descendant of the true dragon like Dragon 8 could withstand two punches and not die. Roar! Dragon 9's huge body tried to break free, but he could not break free from the suppression of the purple-gold thunder rock behind Du Xiaofu. He roared and transformed back into his human form. Blood dripped from his mouth, and his body was in a sorry state. He was like a flash of blue lightning, and under the suppression of the purple-gold thunder rock, he managed to break free. Du Xiaofu looked straight at Dragon 8, who was trying to break free. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and then he disappeared like a ghost. Trying to escape? It's too late. Du Xiaofu's voice echoed in the void. When he appeared again, he was in front of Dragon 9, who had just escaped. Du Xiaofu had the Thunder Meridian wrapped around his body, but he still had that creepy smile on his face. The purple-gold electric arcs around him started to move. He opened his mouth and sucked. Thunder burst out and froze the space around him. It also froze Dragon 8, who was trying to escape. The purple-gold lightning flashed, forming an invisible cage. No matter how Dragon 8 struggled, it was useless. Bang! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body swooped down like a bolt of lightning. His fist, which was covered by the thunder martial veins, seemed to carry a purple-gold thunderball as it landed heavily on Dragon 8's chest. Purple-gold arcs of lightning poured down in torrents, punishing in all directions. His aura was that of a lightning supreme being. PFFF, when Du Xiaofu punched Dragon 8, Dragon 8 spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Purple-gold lightning seeped through his body, forming a destructive, wild energy. It turned into a wave of lightning runes that swept across the area. Chi-La. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and clawed at Dragon 8's throat. Then, he looked around. Coiling Dragon Massacre. Tyrannosaurus destroys the world. In the distant sky, Dragonstorm and Dragonwind, who had been unable to break free from Jialo Kaling's forceful obstruction, finally used their last magical power. One of them activated the Coiling Dragon Calamity, while the other activated the Tyrant Dragon Calamity. The two divine abilities descended, and the pressure they emitted caused the void to distort and shatter. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. Jialo Kaling shouted. The golden-winged rock's domineering will swept out, resisting the two divine abilities of Dragonstorm and Dragonwind by herself. Ao. G. The three divine abilities collided. At this moment, there were broken runes everywhere. Under the brilliance, there was a destructive power. These were the two supreme beasts using their divine abilities to kill each other. It had to be said that Dragonwind and Dragonstorm were very strong. When they activated the Coiling Dragon Calamity and the Tyrant Dragon Calamity, their power shook the heavens and the earth. The surrounding sky had already collapsed, revealing a heart-palpitating pitch-black color. At this moment, under these three divine abilities, even a peak Nirvana Martial Venerable would be affected and his body would collapse and turn into a bloody mist. He would be killed. Not long after the collision, the violent destructive energy disappeared. PFFF, Jialo Kaling's huge golden-winged rock body was shaken back. Her feathers were dripping with blood, and she spat out pale golden blood. Her aura was weak. However, Dragonstorm and Dragonstorm didn't look too good. Their dragon scales had been torn apart by the rock's claws, and their bones could be seen. Their auras were weak. Overall, Dragonstorm and Dragonstorm were only slightly better than Jialo Kaling. Creek, not far away, Little Star's huge dragon body was shaken back. The black tortoise divine shell on his body was shining brightly. His body shrank into the black tortoise divine shell. As he was shaken back hundreds of feet, the huge force was exhausted. Only then did he come out. It must be a defensive treasure. Dragonstorm was stunned. The shell on the little strange dragon's body was indestructible. It was oppressive, and he couldn't break it at all. At this moment, whether it was Dragonstorm, or Dragonstorm, they didn't attack again. Instead, they looked in a certain direction at the same time, and their expressions changed. In the same direction that Dragonstorm and the others were looking at, only Du Xiaofu was standing. However, everyone could see that Du Xiaofu's claw was on Dragonstorm's throat. At this moment, Dragonstorm's eyes were tightly shut. His face was pale, and he was battered and exhausted. His whole body was dripping with blood, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at Dragonstorm, and Dragonstorm, who were looking at him from a distance. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he stuffed a bunch of elixirs and spiritual herbs into his mouth without any scruples. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. The surrounding beasts that were fighting fiercely suddenly felt that something was wrong with the strange atmosphere. They all turned around and looked at each other. Then, they were all dumbfounded. Oh no, the 8th Dragon Prince has been captured by the Demon King. The group of Dragonstorm experts were even more stunned. Their 8th Dragon Prince had fallen into the hands of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Jialo Kai Ling's intimidating eyes were also looking at Du Xiaofu and Dragonstorm, which he had captured. Her eyes were glowing with golden light. After doing all that, Du Xiaofu looked at Dragonstorm, and the others. He sneered and said, "Do it? Why aren't you doing it? Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? If you dare to hurt the 8th Dragon Prince, the entire dragons will not let you go." Looking at the captured Dragonstorm panicked even with his composure. This time, his main task was to protect Dragonstorm and Dragonstorm. Dragonstorm was already severely injured. If anything happened to Dragonstorm, he would not be able to explain it to his clan. "Don't threaten me with the dragons. I have already killed Dragonstorm 9. I don't care if I kill Dragonstorm 8. Du Xiaofu sneered. Suddenly, his expression changed. His voice, which was mixed with celestial qi, echoed in the sky above the sea of clouds. "Everyone, stop. If the dragons dare to move again, Dragonstorm 8 will die." As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu waved his claws. Golden light surged in his hands, causing Dragonstorm 8, whose eyes were closed, to bleed profusely. When the dragons saw this, they did not dare to attack and immediately retreated. Seeing this, Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing, Little Falcon, and the others were all delighted. They immediately retreated behind Du Xiaofu. More than a dozen huge golden-winged rocks that were dripping with blood and riddled with wounds were overjoyed when they saw this. Their huge bodies also gathered behind Du Xiaofu, unknowingly standing in the same lineup as Du Xiaofu. "Father!" Little Xingxing withdrew his body and rushed back to Du Xiaofu's side. He glanced at Dragonstorm 8, whose fate was unknown, and a proud smile appeared on his young face. "Du Xiaofu, stop. What are you trying to do? You dared to kill the 8th Dragon Prince. No one will leave this place today." The dragon was enraged, and it roared furiously. The sound waves caused all the beasts to feel a little dizzy. Its huge dragon eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu. If that kind of anger could kill, Du Xiaofu would have been torn into pieces by now. "Why don't you try?" Du Xiaofu looked directly at Long Feng. His golden eyes seemed to have the shadow of a golden-winged rock about to fly out. He confronted him with a domineering aura. "Du Xiaofu, let go of the 8th Dragon Prince, and we will let you go this time. Otherwise, both sides will suffer and you will die." Long Bao glared at Du Xiaofu. His dragon eyes were overflowing with cold light. He had made ample preparations, but he did not expect that Du Xiaofu would escape from him at the beginning. Now that Du Xiaofu had returned, he had captured Dragon 8 and imprisoned him. Being controlled, the 8th Dragon Prince could not have any accident. How could Long Bao not be angry? "We can't hand the 8th Dragon Prince over to them. Dragons go back on their words. We can't trust them." Jialo Kai Ling withdrew her huge body and retreated to Du Xiaofu's side. Her aura was weak and chaotic. It could be seen that her injuries were not light. "Are you okay?" Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Kai Ling and did not reply directly. Instead, he asked with concern. He handed over a lot of elixirs and said, "Do you want to take some elixirs to recover?" In fact, Du Xiaofu was not purely concerned about Jialo Kai Ling. This woman wanted to deal with him. If he had a choice, Du Xiaofu did not want her to recover too quickly. But now, Jialo Kai Ling was unable to fight against so many people. She was obviously suppressed by Long Bao and Long Feng. Du Xiaofu was afraid that when the time came, he would still need Jialo Kai Ling's help. Jialo Kai Ling was stunned. She looked at the elixirs in Du Xiaofu's hand and hesitated for a moment. But she did not refuse. She opened her red lips slightly and stuffed the elixirs into her mouth. She asked, "You have already escaped. Why did you come back? Aren't you afraid of death?" Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly to himself. His expression was dignified and righteous. He said, "In my heart, I am a human. But I am also a golden-winged roc. Whoever dares to offend the golden-winged roc will not be spared." Du Xiaofu's words were half true and half false, but when the spiritual fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Zither Devil, and the others heard it, they frowned for some reason. They wanted to scoff but did not dare to. However, when these words were heard by the dozen or so golden-winged roc, the blood in their bodies boiled. They were very excited. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was able to capture dragons alive as a supreme roc. At this moment, he was proudly facing Long Bao and Long Feng. How domineering was he! The dozen or so golden-winged roc were secretly in awe and excitement. Chapter 1308. Jialo Kai Ling also looked at Du Xiaofu, her eyes rippling. She then glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Watch out for Long Feng and Long Bao. Dragons don't trust each other." As soon as she finished speaking, Jialo Kai Ling looked at Du Xiaofu strangely. She sensed a strange energy fluctuation coming from Du Xiaofu's body. It seemed to be able to affect the energy of heaven and earth around him. "I know what to do." Du Xiaofu nodded. Looking at Long Feng and Long Bao, he said, "If you want me to release Dragonate, then let's make an exchange. I'm a man of integrity. This savage fella is trying to threaten the dragon race." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and Little Ying were all dumbfounded. It turned out that the ferocious Devil King had captured Dragonate, but instead of using him to protect himself, he had dared to threaten the dragon race. Exchange? Long Feng was stunned. Looking down at Du Xiaofu, he said darkly, "Brat, what do you want in exchange?" "Whatever treasure you think is worth exchanging for Dragon 8's life is fine. That depends on how much Dragon 8 means to you." Du Xiaofu looked at Long Feng and Long Bao and said, "But I'll make it clear first. If I don't think the treasure you take out is worth Dragon 8's life, then don't blame me for killing Dragon 8. "Brat, you dare to threaten us!" Long Bao shouted. No one had ever dared to threaten the dragons, let alone a puny human. Before Long Bao could finish speaking, Long Feng signaled to stop Long Bao with his eyes. Looking at Du Xiaofu, his huge dragon body transformed into human form. His white clothes fluttered, and his aura seemed to be in a sorry state. He reached out and threw an item to Du Xiaofu, saying, "Brat, if you dare to go back on your words, the dragons, will not let you go." Du Xiaofu reached out, and a suction force surged out, catching the item Long Feng threw into his hand. A wave of energy suddenly, a glow spread out from his palm. Opening his hand, Du Xiaofu only then did he see that it was a short sword. Its aura, ancient god its body, its rune, a high-level magic weapon. Feeling the short sword in his hand, Du Xiaofu's eyes immediately flashed with joy. This short sword was definitely a high-level magic weapon, which was also important to the beast race. However, to the dragons, the phoenixes, and the golden-winged rocs, other than those heaven-defying weapons, ordinary magic weapons were a burden to them. As supreme being demonic beasts, their bodies were invincible. If they relied on weapons, ordinary weapons would affect their bodies instead. "Brat, it's time to let him go." Long Feng looked at Du Xiaofu, his eyes flickering with yin and yang. Du Xiaofu unceremoniously put away the short sword, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, it became gloomier. He said coldly, "Long Feng, do you think I've never seen a treasure before? Or do you think Dragon 8 is worthless in your eyes? It's just a high-level magic weapon, and you want to exchange it for Dragon 8's life? Maybe you just want to kill Dragon 8 with a borrowed knife. Brat, you. Long Feng was stunned. Long Feng was stunned. Borrowing someone else's knife to kill the 8th dragon. If something really happened to the 8th dragon, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when they go back to the dragon race. The dragon race was huge, and the princes weren't on good terms with each other. If this news were to spread to the dragon race, even if they were innocent, it would still cause a storm. Brat, what do you want? Long Feng roared, and his huge dragon body turned into human form. His face was gloomy, but there was nothing he could do. I said, let's see how much Dragon 8 is worth in your eyes. Du Xiaofu was unusually calm at this moment. Bastard! Long Feng was furious, and his face was gloomy. He waved his hand, and a storage ring was thrown to Du Xiaofu. He said, this is a treasure that we obtained not long ago. It's priceless, but if you can't comprehend it, then it's your problem. If you still don't think it's enough, then come back with me to the dragons. We don't have any other treasures on us. In fact, Long Feng's words were fake. He accidentally obtained the item in the Qianquan bag not long ago. He felt that it was extraordinary, but he couldn't comprehend anything. It would be a pity to throw it away, but he didn't find anything useful in it, so he kept it with him. At this moment, Long Feng had made up his mind. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was a greedy and insignificant human. He might be a bottomless pit, so he couldn't be controlled by others forever. Du Xiaofu received the Qianquan bag from Long Bao. His mind moved slightly. He discovered that there were no restrictions on the Qianquan bag. He immediately looked into the Qianquan bag. When Du Xiaofu saw the items within the Qianquan bag, his calm and indifferent face could not help but tremble violently. Immediately, his resolute and determined face twitched as golden light gushed out from his eyes. Kid, you should let him go. Long Feng looked at Du Xiaofu, and his expression changed. He knew what Long Bao had given to Du Xiaofu. In any case, Du Xiaofu couldn't comprehend anything from that item. It was possible that they had misjudged it, and that item wasn't a treasure at all. However, it was a good idea to use it to trick Du Xiaofu. Okay, let him go. I've always been a trustworthy person. Du Xiaofu smiled and threw Dragon 8 to Long Feng. He's really going to let him go. This is going to be troublesome. When they saw that Du Xiaofu had really let Dragon 8 go, the Phantom Tiger King, Little Ying, Violent Bear King, and Divine Ape King's expressions changed. Without Dragon 8 as a hostage, if the dragons went back on their words, the consequences would be severe. At this moment, more than a dozen golden-winged rocks from the golden-winged rock clan had also transformed into their human forms. When they saw that Du Xiaofu had really let Dragon 8 go, their expressions changed. Even Jialo Kai Ling's eyes twitched. At this moment, she couldn't wait to kick Du Xiaofu. This bastard had really let Dragon 8 go. If the dragons went back on their words, the consequences would be severe. Chi. Long Feng grabbed Dragon 8 in his hand, and after checking it, he handed Dragon 8 over to Long Ao, who was behind him, and nodded slightly to Long Feng. Dragon 8 was seriously injured, and it would be impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. However, he was still alive. Puny human, you've caused enough trouble. Today, you must die for toying with us dragons. Long Feng no longer had any scruples. His aura soared to the sky as he shouted to the dragons beside him. Kill him! Don't let a single one of them go. You must pay the price for toying with us dragons. Not good. The dragons really went back on their words. Palace Master shouldn't have returned Dragon 8 to them. The Phantom Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, Little Ying, and Divine Ape King were immediately depressed. They were afraid that the dragons would go back on their words, but they didn't expect that they had guessed correctly. Stupid boy. Jialo Kai Ling, who was beside Du Xiaofu, couldn't help but glare at Du Xiaofu fiercely. Even Little Star looked helplessly at his godfather at this moment. However, Du Xiaofu remained unmoved. He looked at Long Feng and Long Bao with a faint smile and said, "Are you sure you want to take action? Don't blame me for not warning you. Once you take action, you'll regret it." Looking at Du Xiaofu's confident expression, Long Bao, Long Feng, and the others were secretly stunned. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was too strange, and it made them somewhat afraid. "Boy, do you think we're scared? Today you're dead." Long Bao's face sank and his eyes twitched as he stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily. "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu had a faint smile on his face. Just as he finished speaking the second word, a hand seal suddenly appeared in his hand. An object suddenly appeared on his palm, and a brilliant light shone brightly. Chapter 1309. Roar. Amidst the faint cries of thousands of beasts, a small palace object appeared on Du Xiaofu's palm. An extremely ancient aura filled the air. This sudden change in aura attracted the attention of everyone around. Even the dragons Long Bao and Long Feng, as well as Jialo Kai Ling from the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, could not help but look at Du Xiaofu in shock. Swoosh! Everyone watched as a ray of light shot out from the small palace object on Du Xiaofu's palm. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding sky trembled. Then, the ray of light converged and turned into a graceful figure that appeared in the void. The small palace object on Du Xiaofu's palm also quietly converged without leaving a trace. That graceful figure appeared. What a beautiful woman! Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she was dressed in a purple robe. There were faint traces of purple flames on her robe, outlining her seductive figure. Her temperament was otherworldly, and she was like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. When this beautiful woman appeared, little Xingxing's eyes were stunned. Then, surprise surged in his rolling eyes. His small body immediately pounced on her, extremely happy. "Mother!" Little Xingxing's small body instantly pounced on the beautiful woman in the purple dress. His chubby face was full of smiles. She immediately opened her arms and hugged little Xingxing tightly in her embrace. She angrily said, "You wretched girl! You have worried me to death. I have instructed you to pay attention to your father. He is not strong enough and has many troubles. This time around, he has implicated you. Mother wants to see if you are all right. If anything happens, I will definitely not let him off." Hugging little Xingxing tightly, the beautiful woman anxiously checked little Xingxing. After confirming that there were no strands of hair, she was relieved. "Why? What do you mean by not strong enough and has a lot of trouble?" Du Xiaofu listened to the beautiful woman's words. His face alternated between green and red. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. "Mother, you're hugging me too tightly. You're going to strangle me." Little Xingxing's tender face was filled with a blissful smile. The beautiful woman in the purple dress was naturally the purple flame demonic phoenix, Little Star's godmother. Purple Dragon Emperor's mother? That dragon's mother. But at this moment, Jialo Kaling, Long Feng, Violent Dragon, Ape Deity, Phantom Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Guiche, and Guqin Devil Shangguan Qi were all stunned. Qin Demon, Ghost Chariot, Wild Bear King, Little Falcon, and the others already knew how strong the beautiful woman was. But seeing that she was Little Star's mother, and thinking about the fact that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was Little Star's father, they all looked at Du Xiaofu and the purple flame demonic phoenix with complicated expressions. "It's good that you're fine. You're not allowed to be with your father anymore." The purple flame demonic phoenix let go of Little Star. Her slender hand held Little Star's little hand as she swept her gaze across the surroundings, sensing the strange atmosphere. Her eyes were like purple suns, as if she could see through everything in the world. When her gaze swept across Long Feng, Jialo Kaling, and the others, her purple eyes rippled. "Mother, let's not talk about my father first. My father's strength is not as strong as you. He's injured." Little Star's eyes turned and pointed at Long Feng and Long Feng. He said, "It's those mixed-blood dragons who bullied me and my father. Mother, can you help me take revenge?" "They bullied you." Hearing that, the purple flame demonic phoenix immediately stared at Long Feng and Long Feng. That woman with a moving appearance, seductive figure, noble temperament, and a slightly charming charm was enough to make any woman envious and all men lose their minds. At that moment, a clear coldness spread out, causing purple flames to seep out of the sea of clouds in the surroundings for no reason. They were faintly discernible. Her purple eyes stared at Long Feng and Long Feng. Her voice was like the sound of nature, and it was like the sound of a fairy. The purple flame demonic phoenix opened her red lips slightly and said, "Slap yourselves twice, then scram back to the four seas." When that heavenly voice fell, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. Everyone was stunned. Even the young men and women of the golden-winged great rocks were no exception. That beautiful woman had made 2 dragons of the beast domain slap themselves and leave. How domineering was that? She was not inferior to the golden-winged great rock. "Haha, who are you? You should know that being arrogant in front of the dragons is not a smart thing to do." Long Feng's expression was extremely cold, and his expression was slightly gloomy. However, he seemed to have sensed the invisible aura from the purple-dressed woman and was forcefully suppressing his temper. How many people in this world would dare to ask a beast domain expert of the dragons to slap themselves in the face? "You don't need to know who I am. If you don't want to slap yourself, then I can only do it myself." The purple flame demonic phoenix's ethereal voice sounded out clearly. As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate hand directly slapped towards Long Feng. An invisible handprint passed through the air, creating a ripple that was difficult for ordinary people to detect. At that moment, Long Feng and Long Feng seemed to have suddenly sensed something, and their expressions changed drastically. Long Feng wanted to block something, but for some reason, he was caught off guard. Coupled with the fact that he was already riddled with wounds and had consumed a lot of energy, he found that it was difficult to resist. A crisp palm print appeared on Long Feng's face, revealing a blazing purple mark. Following that, a few more crisp slaps rang out in the eerily silent sky. Suddenly, the surrounding gazes were dumbfounded to discover that 2 palm prints had appeared on the left and right sides of Long Feng's and Long Bao's faces. Their faces were swollen, revealing a blazing purple mark. Long Bao and Long Feng spat out blood from their mouths. Their bodies were sent flying dozens of feet away under countless incredulous gazes before they could stabilize their bodies. Sealed domain. The Phoenix clan's sealed domain Long Bao and Long Feng's faces were filled with shock. They seemed to have sensed something and guessed the aura of the purple flame demonic phoenix. Shock surged from the depths of their eyes. Jialo Kaling looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix. At that moment, violent fluctuations appeared in her golden eyes. How did it become so strong? Looking at everything before him, Du Xiaofu's heart was in no way inferior to the Fantasy Tiger King and the others. Although Du Xiaofu knew that the purple flame demonic phoenix was at the beast domain realm, he didn't expect it to become so powerful. It must have broken through again, Du Xiaofu guessed inwardly. After leaving the heavenly beast tomb, the purple flame demonic phoenix's aura was no longer suppressed. In the end, when he sensed that the purple flame demonic phoenix's aura in the heavenly beast hall had begun to break through again, Du Xiaofu dared to exchange Long Feng for benefit. He definitely didn't trust the dragons. So strong. Guiche, Guqin Mo, Ape Divine King, Fantasy Tiger King, and the others looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. "You can scram now." The purple flame demonic phoenix looked at Long Feng and Long Bao. Its gaze was indifferent, but the coldness in its eyes sent chills down the spines of the surrounding dragons. The dragons trembled. Long Bao and Long Feng, 2 elders of the beast domain realm, couldn't even withstand a single blow and could be sent flying with a single slap. If they fought, it would be tantamount to courting death. The green mountains will not change, and the clear waters will flow forever. Phoenix Clan, we dragons will remember this. Let's go. Long Bao and Long Feng looked at each other, then at the purple flame demonic phoenix, Jialo Kaling, and the others. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and leave. They knew that if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Whoosh whoosh, following Long Feng and Long Bao's orders, the group of dragons, who had long been restless, immediately left. No one dared to linger. The group of dragons disappeared from the divine lightning mountain range in the blink of an eye. Mother is so strong, little Xingxing danced with joy as he watched the people of the dragon clan flee, not daring to stay any longer. The purple flame demonic phoenix looked at the dragons and Long Feng, then her purple eyes looked at little Xingxing. The corner of her mouth curled into a smile. The gaze in her eyes was ethereal and dazzling like fireworks. She held little Xingxing's little hand and said, "All right, come back with mother. What do you think?" This, little Xingxing immediately quieted down. He looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix with a childish face and blinked his big eyes. His gaze swept across Jialo Kaling and the others, then he replied to the purple flame demonic phoenix, "Mother, let's leave this place first." "All right, let's leave this place first." Du Xiaofu also smiled and glanced at Jialo Kaling. Now that Long Bao and Long Feng had left, it was time for him to leave. With the purple flame demonic phoenix, he would be safe. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was worried that the purple flame demonic phoenix would attack the golden-winged rock. That woman had always wanted the golden-winged rock's bones. Now that the golden-winged rock was right in front of her, things were not looking good. All right, to Du Xiaofu's surprise, the purple flame demonic phoenix nodded her head. Little Xingxing said that he wanted to leave first, so she naturally had no objections. However, at this moment, the purple flame demonic phoenix's purple eyes fell on the young men and women of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, as well as Jialo Kaling. Du Xiaofu, you can't leave. You have something that belongs to the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. Even if you leave today, you will be hunted down by the entire golden-winged Great Rock Clan in the future. Jialo Kaling stopped Du Xiaofu. Her pale face looked a little better at this moment. Chapter 13:10. Hearing this, the purple flame demonic phoenix stopped and looked at Jialo Kaling and Du Xiaofu. "You can't stop us now." Little Xingxing pouted and held the purple flame demonic phoenix's hand as she spoke to Jialo Kaling. With her godmother here, she knew that she didn't have to be afraid of Jialo Kaling. Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Gui Che, Guqin Demon, and the others all looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix. At this moment, as long as the purple flame demonic phoenix said that she wanted to leave, the Golden Rock Clan wouldn't be able to stop her. She's right. Even if you leave today, the golden-winged great rocks will already know about you. At that time, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of the golden-winged great rocks, said the purple flame demonic phoenix as she looked at Du Xiaofu. What does this woman mean? Du Xiaofu's expression immediately froze. He had a bad feeling about this. The purple flame demonic phoenix must be planning something. Du Xiaofu, if you leave today, I won't be the one chasing after you. I won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of my golden-winged great rocks. Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu seriously and said, "Come back with me. No matter what, I will protect your life. Moreover, even if you help us this time, the elders in the clan will consider punishing you lightly. Thank you for saving me. If you come back with us, I will definitely plead with the elders and won't make things too difficult for you. However, if you leave now, things will be different." A young and beautiful woman walked out. She looked to be in her mid-20s. She was the one Du Xiaofu had saved earlier. At this moment, she looked at Du Xiaofu with gratitude in her eyes. "You've helped us this time. No matter what happens, we'll help you plead with the elders." More than a dozen young men and women of the golden-winged great rocks looked at Du Xiaofu and the others and said. In their hearts, Du Xiaofu was already part of their clan. You should go to the golden-winged great rocks and explain. Someone will plead for you. When the time comes, there won't be too much danger. The purple flame demonic phoenix looked at Du Xiaofu with an ambiguous smile. Then, she sent a message to Du Xiaofu, now is your chance. Once you reach the golden-winged rock clan, you'll definitely be able to find the secret bones of the golden-winged rock clan. Ordinary golden-winged rock clan's secret bones don't have complete engravings, so they won't be of much use to me. The secret bones of the golden-winged rock clan will definitely be the best. Don't forget, you owe me. You're sending me to my death. Du Xiaofu replied unhappily to the purple flame demonic phoenix. This woman was ruthless. She had actually sent him to the golden-winged great rocks for the secret bones of the golden-winged great rock. The girl before you must have a high status in the golden-winged great rocks, or Tianzi wouldn't be so strong. With her pleading, you won't die. The purple flame demonic phoenix sent a message to Du Xiaofu without holding back. Du Xiaofu's expression remained unchanged. He continued to send a message to the purple flame demonic phoenix. When the time comes, the golden-winged great rocks will take my secret bones. That's equivalent to taking my life. Even if I survive, I'll probably become a cripple in the future. If you leave now, the golden-winged great rocks will definitely not let you go. At that time, you won't even be a cripple. You'll be a dead man. The purple flame demonic phoenix's voice was calm and indifferent. Her voice was as pleasant as the sound of nature. You won't have an easy time even if I die. Don't forget that you were the one who killed a golden-winged great rocks in the mountain of savage beasts. If the golden-winged great rocks find out, you probably won't have an easy time either, Du Xiaofu replied sternly. An undetectable ripple flickered through the purple flame demonic phoenix's eyes. She looked at Du Xiaofu and sent a message. At worst, I'll just hide in my clan. The golden-winged great rocks won't be able to do anything to me. However, you're different. Even if you go to the ancient heaven sect, they won't be able to protect you. They might even turn the ancient heaven sect into a river of blood. Your desolate kingdom won't be able to escape the massacre of the golden-winged great rocks either. You. Du Xiaofu stared at the purple flame demonic phoenix, but he was speechless. If you go to the golden-winged great rocks, you won't necessarily be in trouble. You cultivate the golden-winged great rocks cultivation technique. The strange changes in your body make you no different from a real golden-winged great rock. If you can gain benefits from the golden-winged great rocks and comprehend in their secret area, it will be of great benefit to your nirvana and breakthrough to the martial domain realm. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, you don't know yet. You have to make your own choice. If you want to leave now, I won't stop you either. The purple flame demonic phoenix's beautiful voice once again fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. As the purple flame demonic phoenix's voice fell, Jialo Kai Ling looked at Du Xiaofu. Her pale golden eyes were serious, but there were some complicated ripples hidden in them. She said, Du Xiaofu, you can make your own choice. If you want to leave, I can't stop you today. However, you'll have to face it sooner or later. If you go back with me, I'll try my best to plead for you. Whether you believe it or not, this is for your own good. Father. Little Xingxing looked around and then stared at Du Xiaofu in a daze. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Kai Ling and the purple flame demonic phoenix in front of him. His gaze wasn't very good. He was carefully thinking about the words of the purple flame demonic phoenix and Jialo Kai Ling. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's fated. Anyway, it can't run away. After a while, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and looked at Jialo Kai Ling. He said, "All right, I'll go back with you." Du Xiaofu looked at Gui Che, Guqin Demon, Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others. He said, "This has nothing to do with you. I'll go alone. If I can come back alive, I'll fulfill my promise to you." Palace Master, Spiritual Tiger King, Little Falcon, Violent Bear King, and the others were moved. At this moment, they could feel that the cruel Demon King didn't want to implicate them. There's no need to say more. Du Xiaofu waved his hand at Spiritual Tiger King and the others. He then said to the Purple Flame Demonic Phoenix, "You also bring Little Xingxing back." "No, I want to be with Father." Little Xingxing pulled Du Xiaofu's hand and said, "If they dare to touch us, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Palace Master, I'll go with you. I'm not strong enough, but I'm willing to be with you." Little Falcon looked up with a determined gaze. "Me too." Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, and even Gui Che said that they wanted to go together. "It's not good for me to not go alone." Guqin Demon Shangguan Qi Xian smiled bitterly and said, "The Golden-Winged Rock Clan isn't a place where ordinary people can enter. This is also an opportunity." Jialo Kai Ling looked at everyone and said, "It's fine if you all go together. This time, with your help, you won't make things difficult for others in the clan." After a while, Jialo Kai Ling took out another flying artifact. It was slightly inferior to the big ship and looked like a flying demonic beast. Whoosh! Everyone leaped onto the flying artifact and once again flew through the sky above the sea of clouds. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged with mixed feelings. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to enter the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. He had the Golden-Winged Rock Clan's mystic bone and the Golden Rock Wings. According to the Golden-Winged Rock Clan's character, Du Xiaofu knew that the Golden-Winged Rock Clan would not give up so easily. He needed to explain things clearly. Du Xiaofu had also thought about the Purple Flame Demonic Phoenix's word. He was cultivating the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Great Rock. Back then, he had already benefited a lot from the enlightenment of the Golden-Winged Great Rocks. If he could gain more enlightenment in the Golden-Winged Great Rocks, it would definitely be the most important opportunity. Chapter 13:11. Du Xiaofu knew very well that although he had the mysterious bones of the Golden-Winged Rock and the wings of the Golden-Winged Rock, the beast abilities of the Golden-Winged Rock were also related to the bloodline. The blood of the Golden-Winged Rock came from the mysterious bones in his body. As for the Golden-Winged Rock bone, its strength was originally above Du Xiaofu's original level of strength. It was a terrifying existence, but with Du Xiaofu's current level of cultivation, it was somewhat insufficient. The mystic bone Golden-Winged Great Rock's secret runes were incomplete, and its beast energy was insufficient. If Du Xiaofu wanted to advance further in the future, he would most likely be restricted. If he could obtain benefits from the Golden-Winged Great Rocks, he would be able to break through the shackles of his mystic bones. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to grit his teeth and go to the Golden-Winged Great Rock. "First, I'll adjust my breathing." Du Xiaofu pondered for a while. He formed a seal with his hands and used the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Great Rocks to refine the dragon blood and elixirs that he had swallowed. No matter what, he had to recover to his peak condition first. That way, he would have an extra layer of protection. The Illusion Tiger King and the others also sat cross-legged on the Flying Dharma artifact and began to recover. The Divine Ape King, Fire WRM King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others naturally followed Little Xingxing. Since Little Star wanted to accompany Du Xiaofu, the Purple Flame Demonic Phoenix naturally wouldn't leave either. The group headed towards the Great Golden-Winged Rock. 2 days later, in front of the Flying Magic Tool, the clouds overlapped and a special fluctuation appeared. Huff huff, one by one, the young men and women of the Golden-Winged Rocks stood up, exhaling turbid air from their mouths. Their auras fluctuated as they stood up. Their eyes were filled with joy as they looked ahead. Huff huff! The Purple Flame Demonic Phoenix, Little Star, Ape Deity King, Phantom Tiger King, Guqin Demon, Ghost Chariot, and the others all stopped their breathing and opened their eyes. Bright light shot out from their eyes like a waterfall. Du Xiaofu also stopped regulating his breathing. The golden energy halo around his body slowly receded, and a trace of redness returned to his face. Ahead is the spatial spirit formation of the golden-winged great rocks. It was set up by the experts of the golden-winged great rocks since the ancient era. Giallo Kaling got up and walked in front of the flying instrument. She formed a seal in her hand, and a golden light shot out, penetrating the space in front of the sea of clouds. Then, the space in front of her shattered like a mirror, revealing a void. The flying Dharma artifact shuttled through the air and disappeared into the void. Their line of sight dimmed for a brief moment before light shone out. A vast space appeared below everyone's line of sight. High mountains and groups of peaks were continuous, with precipitous cliffs and precipitous precipices. The Ningbai River flowed forward in torrents, winding and spiraling. The earth was deep and quiet, and in the space, there was a dense energy of heaven and earth rushing out. The domineering aura of the formless golden-winged rock made everyone tremble. The flying Dharma artifact slowly landed, and the space became spacious and beautiful. The peaks were lined up, and the mountains were scattered. Further away, there were faint mountain scars that rose and fell continuously, connecting the clouds and the sky. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun sprinkled golden light on the earth. The entire ancient city of the golden-winged great rocks was draped with a cicada-like golden gauze, looking mysterious and long. Swoosh, swoosh, when the flying Dharma artifact slowly landed in a square, many figures flew over from afar. There were ancient palaces and buildings in the surrounding mountains. "Chief Commander, are you back?" Many young men and women flew over from afar, and they were extremely respectful to Giallo Kaling. They looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix, Little Star, Du Xiaofu, and the others, but they were puzzled and surprised. "Yes." Giallo Kaling nodded, and her eyes were completely relieved. She said to the young men and women, "Take the guests to the guest rooms to rest. I want to see the elders immediately." "Yes, Chief Commander." The young men and women of the golden-winged great rocks were puzzled. Not everyone was qualified to be guests of the golden-winged great rocks, but they still politely led Du Xiaofu and the others away. As expected of the golden-winged great rocks, Du Xiaofu was secretly surprised as he looked at the young men and women of the golden-winged great rocks. They were all in the Beast Supreme realm, and their bloodline was so high. They were indeed worthy of being called the Supreme Beast Clan. Some other beast clans might not be able to reach the Beast Supreme realm even if they cultivated until their death. For the beast clans, the bloodline in their bodies limited their future achievements, just like the cultivation talent and martial veins of the human race. To a certain extent, it also limited their future achievements. Night fell. Du Xiaofu, the purple flame demonic phoenix, Little Star, the phantom tiger king, the ghost chariot, the Guqin demon, and the ape god king were arranged to stay in an ancient palace. Although the young men and women of the golden-winged great rocks were not too polite along the way, they were still polite. After sending everyone here, the young men and women hurriedly left and told Du Xiaofu and the others not to run around. "Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we'll know tomorrow morning." In a small hall, only Du Xiaofu, Little Star, and the purple flame demonic phoenix were present. After setting up a seal, Du Xiaofu sighed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu guessed that Giallo Kaling was probably talking to the elders of the golden-winged great rocks about him. He would know tomorrow how the golden-winged great rocks would treat him. Now that he had arrived at the golden-winged great rocks, Du Xiaofu knew that if he wanted to force his way out, his chances of leaving were close to zero. Just entering the boundary of the golden-winged great rocks was not an ordinary boundary. Even with the help of the Five Fingers Mountain's vain spirit, he would not be able to leave as he wished. Although he had not seen any terrifying experts in the golden-winged great rocks, Du Xiaofu had already sensed several obscure auras sweeping past with his sharp senses. Every aura was unfathomably vast. Even the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks had mostly reached the level of sovereign beasts. Du Xiaofu could imagine how terrifying the older generation of the golden-winged great rocks would be with their supreme bloodline. Father, don't worry. Although Jialo Kaling is difficult to deal with, she said that she would plead for you. Moreover, we have saved them this time, so it should be fine. Little Xingxing looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed. He comforted him and blinked his bewitching big eyes. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we can't avoid it. We will know tomorrow. Du Xiaofu stretched his back and shrugged his shoulders. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. The Heavenly Beast Hall is in your hands? The purple flame demonic phoenix asked. She looked at Du Xiaofu with astonishment. She had been in the Heavenly Beast Hall all this time, so it was not difficult for her to know that the Heavenly Beast Hall had fallen into the hands of that guy. Yes, it's just luck. Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix and said, You must have obtained the inheritance inside, right? That's right. It has allowed me to advance another step. If I were to cultivate alone, I would not have made such progress even after hundreds of years. The purple flame demonic phoenix looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I have to thank you. I was suppressed in the Heavenly Beast Tomb and was unable to make a breakthrough even after obtaining the inheritance. If I were to stay here for a long time, it would affect my cultivation foundation and in the worst case, I would suffer from qi deviation. Du Xiaofu smiled. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Long Bao said that you were in the sealed domain realm. What is the realm above the martial domain realm and the beast domain realm? The sealed domain realm is only one of the 6 subrealms in the martial domain realm and the beast domain realm. The 6 subrealms are initial domain, sealed domain, great domain, bounded domain, domain and master domain. The purple flame demonic phoenix looked at Du Xiaofu. In the end, her eyes shone with a purple radiance and said, Above the martial domain realm is the legendary Saint Martial realm. That is the realm that all living things in the world want to reach. It is the pinnacle of all living things in the world. Saint Martial realm. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows inwardly. If he could reach the Saint Martial realm one day, perhaps his family would be able to reunite and he would be able to take revenge for the 7-star hall in Tianwu Academy. However, the Saint Martial realm has always been a legend. I don't know if the Saint Martial realm still exists in this world. Perhaps only after reaching a certain level of strength will one be able to know more about this world. Continued the purple flame monstrous phoenix. I will definitely reach the Saint Martial realm in the future. Little Xingxing clenched his fists tightly. His bewitching eyes were filled with determination and a faint golden flame flickered in them. In the cool and colorful night, the mountain peak seemed to be covered with a silver veil under the moonlight. A human brat dares to touch my clan's secret bone and great ping golden wings. Interesting. In the courtyard of the mountain peak, a tall and straight young man was looking at the sky. Golden light flickered in his eyes. Fourth Commander, the first commander seems to be protecting that human. It is said that they encountered the dragons on their way back. It is all thanks to that human's help, a yellow-clothed woman behind the tall and straight young man said. No matter what, the secret bone and great ping golden wings of the golden-winged great ping bird clan cannot be tainted by a puny human. The tall and straight young man looked rather calm and said, I will go and take a look tomorrow morning. Night fell and the secluded valley was hazy. Grandma, I am back. The secluded valley courtyard was ordinary and quiet. Jialo Kaling appeared at the entrance of the quiet courtyard. Her voice was soft and gentle as she stood outside the door respectfully. How is the situation in the Heavenly Beast Tomb? Did anyone obtain it? In the courtyard, an aged voice resounded slowly. We did not obtain anything from the Heavenly Beast Tomb. The dragons and phoenixes are similar. We fought with the dragons on the way back. In the end, someone helped us and we did not suffer any losses. Jialo Kaling's voice was soft and gentle as she stood outside the courtyard and spoke respectfully. That's good. It is too chaotic outside. Stay in the clan and cultivate in peace. The old voice sounded again. It's a pity that you've already broken through to the initial domain realm. Otherwise, your hopes for the competition among the younger generation wouldn't be lower than Jueyu's. He's been suppressing his cultivation to the half-domain realm, but you couldn't endure it and broke through in the end. Jueyu's talent is rare in our clan. It is difficult for me to compare with him. Kaling will comprehend it well in the future and strive not to fall too far behind Jueyu, Jialo Kaling said with a faint smile. Your talent is not below Jueyu's by much. The old voice in the courtyard fluctuated a little, with a slightly reproachful tone. Grandma, I have something to tell you, but it is not confirmed yet. Don't be sad, Jialo Kaling said to the old voice in the courtyard after hesitating for a while. Is it news about Jueyu? After a while, the old voice in the courtyard continued to speak. Chapter 13:12. It's possible that Ju Ho has already. Jialo Kai Ling looked into the courtyard and hesitated. She bit her red lips. Has he been killed? The old voice in the courtyard suddenly became agitated. I can't be sure yet. This time I brought back a human. He has a secret bone of my clan in his body. According to what he said, the secret bone might be Ju Ho's, Jialo Kai Ling said. Kai Ling, come in and tell me the details. The old voice was trembling. Jialo Kai Ling looked up. For the past few decades, no one had been able to take half a step into the courtyard. Night enveloped the courtyard. In the room, Du Xiaofu set up a restriction and entered the desolate ancient space. The injuries on his body were quite serious. He needed time to recover to his peak condition. Du Xiaofu could only enter the desolate ancient space to buy time. In the misty space, a secret bone appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. It was the bone that he had obtained from the purple flame demonic phoenix not long ago. This secret bone was the secret bone that the purple flame demonic phoenix had taken from the ancient viper in front of the heavenly beast hall in the heavenly beast tomb. The secret bones of the ancient hook serpent, the three-headed sea dragon snake, the black water mystical snake, and the three-headed sea dragon snake had always been with Du Xiaofu. After obtaining the heavenly spirit record left behind by his master, Duanmu Qiongtian, Du Xiaofu naturally obtained the method to activate the four serpent skeletons. At this moment, the great golden-winged rock clan was in an uncertain situation. Du Xiaofu wanted to restore and control the four serpent skeletons first. At that time, he would be able to increase his strength. After all, the four serpent skeletons were extraordinary. Although he had obtained the method to control and activate the four serpent skeletons, this was the first time Du Xiaofu had come into contact with them. He was quite nervous. In the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu found the method to control and activate the four serpent skeletons in the heavenly spirit record. After studying it carefully, he found that the four serpent skeletons were also a type of puppet. The method to control and activate them was quite different from ordinary puppets. However, there wasn't much of a difference. It was very complicated and profound. Of course, the four serpent skeletons were already refined. The difficulty of the desolate ancient space was 90% of the ancient Tao. The ancient snake ancient book was the refining. The hardest part was refining. Du Xiaofu found out from the heavenly spirit record that with his current cultivation as an 8-star Nirvana spirit talisman master, if he wanted to refine 4 skeletal puppets of that level for his own use, even if he went all out, his success rate wouldn't exceed 30%. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu summoned the Sky Beast Hall from the desolate ancient space and stepped into it. In a spacious space inside the heavenly beast palace, the skeletons of the ancient viper, the three-headed sea dragon snake, the dark water mystic snake, and the ancient hook snake were hovering. Du Xiaofu's eyes landed on the skeletons of the ancient viper, the three-headed sea dragon snake, the black water mystical snake, and the ancient hook serpent. His eyes trembled. He could still feel the beast aura from the 4 skeletons. Huff, after taking a deep breath, 4 mysterious bones appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. They were the mysterious bones that had been pulled out from the ancient viper, the three-headed sea dragon snake, the ancient hook serpent and the black water mystical snake. Swoosh, swoosh, the mysterious bones emitted a resplendent light. There was a faint snake hiss that sounded like a dragon's roar. Subsequently, a white electric arc wrapped around the bones and threw them into the 4 serpent skeletons in Du Xiaofu's hand. Qi La. As the 4 resplendent runes on the bones entered the 4 skeletons, the aura of the 4 skeletons immediately began to fluctuate. The 4 huge skeletons were gradually wrapped by resplendent runes. Their empty eyes began to flicker with a terrifying and empty light. I must succeed in one go. Otherwise, I will be in big trouble. As he watched the 4 huge skeletons begin to recover, killing intent gradually gushed out from the 4 skeletons' empty eyes. Du Xiaofu's eyes could not help but twitch. Boom! In a short period of time, the 4 huge skeletons seemed to have come back to life. Their intimidating rune eyes stared at Du Xiaofu as their auras shook the space. Hiss hiss, the 4 huge creatures swallowed their rune tongues. As their huge bodies twisted, the sound of bones colliding could be heard. Their killing intent was sharp. Their huge bodies were like lightning. In an instant, they brought along a sharp and intimidating energy wind as they pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Come! Du Xiaofu's expression immediately sunk. His expression was incomparably serious. With a jerk of his purple sleeve, his body directly floated forward like a god. In an instant, he broke through the air and appeared on top of the 4 serpent skeletons that were pouncing towards him. At this moment, the entire Heavenly Beast Hall was under Du Xiaofu's control and he had already gained the upper hand. Otherwise, given Du Xiaofu's current exhaustion and injuries, he would not dare to deal with these 4 skeletons by himself. Although Du Xiaofu was nervous in his heart, he had the Heavenly Spirit record on him. At the same time, he also had control of the Heavenly Beast Hall. Hence, he had some confidence. In order to save time, Du Xiaofu did this. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be much safer to control them one by one. Sizzle, as Du Xiaofu's body appeared in the air above the 4 serpent skeletons in a ghost-like manner, he borrowed the advantage of the Heavenly Beast Hall to easily avoid the 4 skeletons. Subsequently, he secretly formed a hand seal. A thought passed through his mind and a silver-yellow yuan spirit power surged out from between his brows in all directions like a vast and mighty silver-yellow lightning arc. At this moment, the yuan spirit power between Du Xiaofu's brows seemed to have transformed into a silver-yellow lightning arc that covered the sky and the earth. It wrapped around the foreheads of the 4 skeletons. Du Xiaofu knew the weakness of these 4 skeletons from the Heavenly Spirit record. Moreover, these 4 skeletons only had an instinctive killing intent and had yet to be controlled by anyone. They were equivalent to ownerless objects and would not be too difficult to deal with. Even though these skeletal puppets were powered by the mysterious bones, a wisp of their original beast soul still existed in their minds. However, the self-imprint on the beast spirit had already been completely destroyed. The refiner had left behind the killing intent and refined the skeletons to be even stronger than their bodies when they were alive. This way they could be turned into killing machines. As for the controller, all they had to do was place their soul imprint in a special way, and they would be able to control it. Du Xiaofu knew that these 4 skeletons had been refined by his master, Duanmu Qiongtian. Apart from the Heavenly Spirit Record's method of placing a yuan spirit soul imprint, it was almost impossible to do it with any other method. Once he placed a yuan spirit soul imprint, if others wanted to deal with these 4 skeletons in the future, they would have to use absolute strength to forcefully destroy them. It was almost impossible to snatch them from another master. Due to the change of master, the yuan spirit soul imprint placed in the skeletons was hidden extremely deeply and was extremely special. Unless one's yuan spirit was several times stronger, it was almost impossible to destroy it. Walala, as Du Xiaofu's earth-shattering Yuan spirit power surged out, it gathered in an extremely special way to form runes that surged into the foreheads of the 4 skeletons. In an instant, the 4 skeletons that were surging with killing intent quieted down. In the end, even the killing intent in their eyes began to fade. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu's face revealed some joy. However, he still did not let his guard down. Hand seals formed one after another, turning into Yuan spirit imprints that landed in the foreheads of the 4 skeletons. 2 hours later, Du Xiaofu returned to the ancient desolate space from the heavenly beast hall. His face was pale, but there was a smile on his face. After placing a Yuan spirit imprint to control the 4 skeletons, they were undoubtedly much more difficult to deal with than their instinctive killing intent. In the misty space of the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged as he pondered. He did not know whether tomorrow would be a blessing or a curse. No matter what, Du Xiaofu knew that he could not die. If his bones were really dug out and his great pink golden wings were taken away, he could only fight with all his might. Du Xiaofu knew very well that once he died, even if he became a cripple, the revenge of his sect and the reunion of his family would truly be out of his reach. Drunkard father, are you still on the Tianwang mainland? Mother, do you often think of us father and son, and Xiaojing, have your family completely recovered? Du Xiaofu murmured softly. His eyes were resolute, but they were also a little moist. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed, and his body was slowly enveloped in a pale golden energy halo. The energy of many dragon blood and elixirs in his body was waiting to be completely refined. Time passed slowly outside as this refining process continued. Dawn was like a sword, splitting the night sky and welcoming the rising sun. Walala, in the misty space, the time had already been equivalent to 5 days outside. Du Xiaofu's pale face regained its redness, and his breathing was long and even. The pale golden halo around his body was like a golden sun, and there was a faint golden ping that was about to soar into the sky, exuding a domineering pressure. Huff, the golden halo was like small golden energy snakes that mysteriously surged into his body, and a mouthful of turbid air was exhaled from his throat. Boom! As Du Xiaofu opened his slightly closed eyes, golden light surged in his eyes, and there was a faint lightning glow, the radiance of stars and purple flames rippled. Light flashed out like lightning, and his aura shook the surrounding misty space violently. Chapter 13:13. The sky was already bright. The light of dawn peeled away the veil of night, revealing the brilliant light of dawn. Crackle, outside the ancient courtyard at the mountainside, Du Xiaofu stretched lazily, the joints all over his body creaking as he moved. Du Xiaofu felt that the divine gate in his body was filled with profound energy, and the primordial spirit energy in his mind was also filled to the brim. He took a deep breath and looked into the distance. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. Not far in front of him, a stumbling figure was walking up with difficulty. Du Xiaofu focused his eyes and looked carefully. It was an old woman who was staggering. She was sweeping the yellow leaves on the winding stone steps leading to the mountainside. A battle servant of the golden-winged Great Rock clan? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. When he entered the golden-winged Great Rock clan yesterday, he saw that there were many battle servants besides the golden-winged Great Rock clan. There were both young and old, and there were quite a few of them. These mundane tasks should be done by the battle servants. However, Du Xiaofu secretly observed the aura on the old lady and found it rather strange. There was no aura on the old lady, as if she was an ordinary person. This was definitely the first time Du Xiaofu had seen such a situation. Unless this old lady was a top-notch peerless expert who could restrain her aura to the point where it was completely natural, he would not be able to detect it with his cultivation. Otherwise, she should be just an ordinary person. Du Xiaofu could even detect the aura of the purple flame demonic phoenix at the martial domain realm. Du Xiaofu had always been confident in the power of his primordial spirit. Therefore, he could not detect any aura on the old lady at this moment. Du Xiaofu could not help but be surprised. Perhaps there really were ordinary people in the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. If she really was a top-notch peerless expert, she would not have come up the mountain to sweep the path so early in the morning, Du Xiaofu thought to himself. Swish swish, looking at the stumbling old lady for a while, Du Xiaofu flew down and landed lightly beside the old lady with some curiosity. The old lady's hair was speckled, and she wore a pale golden robe. She was seriously sweeping the yellow leaves on the stone step. As if sensing Du Xiaofu's presence, the old lady raised her head slightly. Her wrinkled face, she seemed to be carved by the vicissitudes of time. She squeezed out a smile, she looked very kind. "Granny, Granny, Granny, let me help you." Du Xiaofu smiled at the old lady and said, "You can rest for a while." "No. You are a guest of the Great Rock Clan." The old granny madam shook. "That the Great Rock it's of golden dragon golden. Maybe." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and did not continue. He took the strange-looking broom from the old granny madam's hand and copied her. He swept the yellow leaves on the stone steps and said, "Granny, you should rest for a while." "Oh right. Are you a servant of the Great Rock Clan?" "Servant?" "Yes, I have served the Great Rock Clan for a long time. Since I was young, I can be considered a servant." The old granny madam was stunned. She straightened her stumbling and hunched body, and a bitter smile appeared on her wrinkled face. After that, the old lady stood there and looked at Du Xiaofu's back as he seriously swept the fallen leaves. After a while she asked, "You just said that you are not a guest of the golden-winged Great Rocks. Then how did you enter this place?" "As far as I know, ordinary people can't enter the golden-winged Great Rock. It's a long story. Let's not talk about it." Du Xiaofu helplessly smiled and seriously swept the leaves on the stone steps. "It's okay. It's been a long time since someone talked to this old woman. Otherwise, I would say things that are not true. If you don't mind this old woman, you can tell me." The old granny madam seemed to be very interested and said to Du Xiaofu, "Okay, I will talk to Granny." Du Xiaofu smiled and turned around to help the old granny madam up a few steps. He continued to sweep the leaves on the stone steps and said, "I grew up with my drunkard father. Our family was separated. When I was young, I could not cultivate. Although there were setbacks, my family never gave up on me. Until one day, as Du Xiaofu swept the leaves, he talked about everything that happened along the way. Originally, Du Xiaofu just wanted to talk to the old granny madam. However, in the end, he did not know whether today was a blessing or a curse, so he went off topic. From the time he unintentionally obtained the bone of a great rock in the barbaric Beast Mountain range, to the time someone from the legalism massacred Stone City, wanting to kill him, and then his drunkard father appeared. From the time he ventured into the dark forest, to the time he entered Tianwu Academy, to the time he was destroyed, to the time he entered the Ancient Heaven sect, obtained the Great Rock Clan's supreme beast ability, and was tricked into entering the legalism. He never saw his mother and sister. They only wanted his heart and dug it out to save his sister. After leaving the legalism, he thought that he would definitely die. Who would have thought that he would miraculously survive? In order to become strong, he went everywhere to temper himself and explore all kinds of dangerous places. In the Sealed Land, he became the #1 genius. In the Tianwang continent, he killed Dragon 9 and became the #1 genius. This time, in the Beast region, he defeated Dragon 8 and Dragon 7. The old granny madam stood behind Du Xiaofu and silently listened to Du Xiaofu's story. When she first heard from Du Xiaofu that he unintentionally saw a great rock and a terrifying vicious beast in the barbaric Beast Mountain range, and in the end, she unintentionally obtained the bone of a great rock, her wrinkled face secretly emitted a golden light. Then, she heard about Du Xiaofu's tempering and the separation of the family. When she heard that Du Xiaofu was tricked in the legalism, anger appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, Those people from the legalism are really bastards, bastards. When she heard that Du Xiaofu was willing to dig out his heart to save his sister, the old Granny Madam's eyes became moist. She choked and said softly, "Poor child, the heavens are blind." When she heard that Du Xiaofu obtained the Great Rock's golden wings in the ancient Heaven sect, comprehended the Great Rock's supreme beast ability, and was recognized as its master, her eyes secretly emitted a golden light. He said, "The will of the heavens, all of this is the will of the heavens." When she heard that Du Xiaofu defeated 10 geniuses in the sealed land and became the #1 genius, her eyes filled with joy. She was as excited as a child. When she heard that Du Xiaofu killed Dragon 9 and defeated Dragon 7 and Dragon 8, she couldn't hide her excitement. She said, "Those guys from the Dragon Clan are extremely arrogant. They call themselves supreme beasts, but in reality, they aren't much. It's fine to kill a few of them. I want to become strong, I want to reunite with my family, I want to avenge my sect, and I want to protect my family and everything around me. But today, I don't know how the Great Rock Clan will be dealt with." Du Xiaofu sighed. As his voice faded, he also finished sweeping the stone step. Unknowingly, he had gone from the waist of the mountain to the peak. At this moment, the sun had completely risen in the east. The golden light was dazzling and enveloped this ancient land. Du Xiaofu faced the rising sun with a broom in his hand. His purple robe fluttered slightly, and his black hair scattered behind him. In addition to his tall and straight figure, the morning sun shone on his determined face, giving him an extraordinary charm. "Don't worry, child, everything will be fine." The old Granny Madam slightly raised her eyes and looked kindly at Du Xiaofu. "I hope so." Du Xiaofu turned around and smiled. He handed the broom to the old Granny Madam and said, "Granny, it's done." "Thank you." The old Granny Madam smiled. There was sadness and loneliness in her smile. She took the broom and looked at Du Xiaofu. She bent down and gently patted the dust on Du Xiaofu's purple robe with her withered hand. She said, "Look at you, sweeping the floor for me. You're dirty now." "Granny, I'm fine. I'm clean after patting." Du Xiaofu smiled innocently. Looking at the kind eyes of the old man in front of him, he felt a little sad. His grandparents seemed to have passed away early. He didn't even have any impression of them since he was young. If his grandparents were still alive, they would probably look old like him. "Silly boy, look at your shoulder. There are still leaves. As a man, you must always be clean. Only then will you look good. Do you hear me?" The old Granny Madam straightened her body and picked up a leaf on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Her face was full of kindness as she spoke seriously. "Yes, I will pay attention in the future." Du Xiaofu nodded seriously. His heart was touched. The old Granny Madam looked at Du Xiaofu carefully and was very happy. Then she sighed softly and said, "If my grandson was still alive, he would have looked about your age, or maybe even a little older. You are very similar to him. It's a pity that he was unlucky and had a rebellious personality. He thought that he wasn't talented enough and wanted to go out and make a name for himself. In the end, it's okay. If I don't die this time, Granny will be my grandmother in the future. I will think of a way to bring Granny out of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan and return home so that Granny can enjoy the rest of her life." Du Xiaofu looked at the kind Granny Madam in front of him and said seriously, "Haha, silly boy. What a silly boy." When the old lady heard this, she immediately smiled. However, on her wrinkled face, her eyes quietly became a little moist. Her voice was a little hoarse as her shriveled hand gently stroked Du Xiaofu's face and said, "All right, if Grandma has the chance in the future, I will definitely go back with you to take a look. In the future, you will be this old lady's grandson. Yes, as long as I don't die, I will definitely bring Granny away and take care of Granny for the rest of her life." Du Xiaofu said seriously, "Silly boy, Granny is not dead. How can you die? You will definitely be fine." The old Granny Madam smiled. Her smile was very kind and satisfied. She had not smiled in the past few decades. Suddenly, the old Granny Madam looked into the distance and said to Du Xiaofu, "Child, Granny still has things to do. I will leave first. Be well." "Granny, this is for you. You are not a cultivator. After taking these elixirs, they can strengthen your body." Du Xiaofu took out many low-grade elixirs and handed them to the old Granny Madam. They were all elixirs that could strengthen one's body. Ordinary people would not have any problems taking them. It was unknown where they came from in the Qiankuan bag. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also gave the old Granny Madam a lot of elixirs and elixirs. He said, "Granny, keep these well. If something happens to me today, you will be able to leave this place one day. Sell these things and you will be able to enjoy the rest of your life." The old Granny Madam was stunned. She took the elixirs and elixirs from Du Xiaofu's hands and smiled. Then, she took the broom in her hand and turned to leave. This silly boy! The moment she turned around, the old Granny Madam's wrinkled face was wet, but her face was full of smiles. Chapter 13-14. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu gazed at the old lady descending the mountain, his gaze moving slightly. He also began to feel that this seemingly ordinary old lady was rather mysterious. Swoosh, swoosh, as the old lady descended the mountain, two figures rushed up from the waist of the mountain. "Father, why are you here so early in the morning?" As the last word of the young child's voice sounded, little Xingxing's large eyes dashed in front of Du Xiaofu. Subsequently, a graceful figure slowly descended. She was otherworldly and her purple eyes were gorgeous. It was the purple flame demon phoenix. "I came up for a walk." Du Xiaofu picked up little Xingxing and smiled, hiding the seriousness in his heart. "Who was that person just now?" The purple flame demon phoenix opened her mouth and asked, looking at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked down the mountain. The stumbling old lady had disappeared. Secretly puzzled, he said, "An old granny." Hearing this, the purple flame demon phoenix did not ask any more questions. Her beautiful figure turned and looked into the distance. Bathed in the morning sun, her graceful figure was very moving. The morning light outlined an alluring curve, full and full. "That's right, if today Du Xiaofu looked at the purple flame demon phoenix, hesitating. Subsequently, he said seriously, "Take good care of little Xingxing in the future." The purple flame demon phoenix did not speak. After a while, she turned around, her purple eyes glancing at Du Xiaofu and said, "I am Zi Xian." Zi Xian. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The purple flame demon phoenix had not said anything the last time he had asked her. However, from how Huang Linger had addressed her as elder sister Zi Xian, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess who she was. Members of the great golden-winged Ping clan have arrived. Suddenly, Zi Xian looked towards the side of the mountain, her beautiful brows furrowed at this moment. Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately shifted to the side. From the side of the sky, figures wrapped in golden light were flying through the air. A total of 10 figures instantly appeared in the sky. They were a dozen or so young men and women, and every single one of them was extraordinary and fierce. Their figures were ramrod straight, and their eyes were suffused with golden light. The dozen or so figures had yet to land, but their gazes were already sweeping over Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing and Zi Xian. Boom! Strands of overbearing and powerful auras effused out from the bodies of those young men and women. All of them were peerlessly powerful, and they faintly distorted the space above them. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at the dozen people in the void. They were the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks, but they were not the young men and women who had accompanied Jialo Kaling yesterday. However, the vigorous aura emanating from the bodies of the young men and women was stronger than the average of the men and women brought by Jialo Kai Ling. Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh at the fact that they were indeed worthy of the bloodline of the golden-winged rock clan. How many races in this world could obtain this kind of abnormal talent? As his gaze swept across the dozen or so young men and women, Du Xiaofu finally fixed his gaze on a young man who was leading the pack. That young man was tall and straight, and his eyes were fluctuating with golden light. He wore a golden battle suit, and his tall and straight figure had an explosive feeling of power. Nirvana Martial Honorable. Looking at the young man in the golden battle suit, Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes. Judging from the invisible aura, he had stepped into the Nirvana Martial Honorable realm. Swoosh swoosh, as the aura descended, it was forceful and overbearing. Suddenly, a dozen or so figures flew out from the courtyard at the mountainside. In a flash, they landed beside Du Xiaofu. They were Gui Che, Godly Ape King, Guqin Demon, Spiritual Tiger King, and the others. When their gazes fell on the dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks, Guqin Demon, Godly Ape King and the others' gazes suddenly trembled. Among you, there is a human who has touched the secret bone of the golden-winged great rocks and the golden-winged great rock. Step forward. In the sky, an arrogant young man swept his gaze across Fantasy Tiger King, Ghost Chariot, Guqin Demon, and the others. In the end, his gaze landed on Guqin Demon. He sensed that Guqin Demon's aura was not that of a beast. Guqin Demon felt the arrogant young man's gaze, and his eyes twitched slightly. What will come will still come. Du Xiaofu put down little Xingxing in his arms and gently patted his little shoulder, indicating that he should not act rashly. He took a step forward and looked at the dozen or so young men and women. With a calm expression, he said softly, "It's me." As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the golden eyes in the sky immediately stared at Du Xiaofu. Their gazes were filled with surprise and curiosity. The arrogant young man who spoke just now looked at Du Xiaofu for a while and said in an arrogant tone, "Is it you? I heard that you helped our clan yesterday. Since you helped us a little, we will spare your lowly life. Then, dig out the secret bone and hand over the golden-winged great rocks. It's not just a little. Without our help, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat the dragons. You want to dig out the secret bone? The golden-winged great rocks are really ruthless. You don't even recognize us." Spiritual Tiger King, Godly Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Violent Bear King and the others immediately became restless. Their eyes were filled with indignation. Yesterday, Jialo Kaling had said that she would protect them, but now she had changed her mind. In response to the arrogant young man's words, Du Xiaofu's expression didn't change much. He asked, "Is this the decision of the golden-winged great rocks?" Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the dozen young men and women were secretly moved. They then looked at each other. The leading young man, who was dressed in golden armor, hadn't said a word. At this moment, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. The arrogant young man was stunned. Then, he stared at Du Xiaofu with a frightening and sharp gaze. With some disdain and arrogance, he said, "We can make the decision for such a small matter. Puny humans don't deserve the secret bone and the golden-winged great rock. Dig out the secret bone yourself. Otherwise, you will suffer." Hearing the arrogant young man's words, Du Xiaofu understood a little. He was afraid that these people weren't sent by Jialo Kaling. They were just here to cause trouble. Du Xiaofu secretly took a deep breath and let out a long breath. He looked at the arrogant young man and smiled faintly. "With your cultivation and strength, I'm afraid you can't make any decisions in the golden-winged great rocks. Go back." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words and looking at the faint smile on his face, the dozen golden-winged great rocks were surprised. They were very puzzled. They didn't expect the human to be able to smile at this moment. "Boy, what do you mean?" The arrogant young man was also very puzzled. However, from the young man's tone, he could tell that the human didn't care much about them. This was what made him even more puzzled. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled up into a smile. His body faced the rising sun as he looked at the arrogant youth. Suddenly, a domineering chill gushed out from his resolute and determined face. His voice changed as he said in a deep voice, "Don't you understand? I told you to scram." At this moment, everyone finally heard it clearly and understood what it meant. Suddenly, everyone's faces changed. Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Divine Ape King, Little Falcon, and the others were stunned. The dozen golden-winged great rocks were also stunned. They thought they had heard wrongly. In the worldview of the dozen young men and women, no one dared to speak to the golden-winged great rocks in such a way. Moreover, it was only a puny human. Only Little Star didn't change his expression at all. It wasn't strange at all. It was natural. "Boy, you're courting death." The arrogant young man finally couldn't help but explode. He stomped his foot in the air, and golden light gushed out from the soles of his feet. He immediately dove towards Du Xiaofu. A golden light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes as the arrogant youth pounced towards him. With a sweep of his purple robe sleeve, he lightly flicked his finger. A bright golden fingerprint directly swept through the air, bringing with it a swift and fierce wind as it shot out like a bolt of lightning. Humph! Feeling the resplendent fingerprint shoot through the air, the arrogant young man couldn't help but pause. Golden light wrapped around his palm as he grabbed the resplendent fingerprint in a domineering manner. He wanted to forcefully resist it as a show of unwarranted disdain. He didn't take the puny human seriously at all. Qi La, however, just as the arrogant young man's palm grabbed the golden fingerprint, a purple gold lightning suddenly burst out from the fingerprint and shot towards the arrogant young man's palm. The lightning was terrifying. It destroyed the golden light in the arrogant young man's palm, causing sparks to appear. Then, his palm was charred black and the smell of burnt meat filled the air. A sharp pain came from his palm, as if his palm was about to be pierced through. The arrogant young man's expression changed drastically. However, he wasn't an ordinary person and had the terrifying physical body of the golden-winged rock clan. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and endured the pain. However, his arrogant expression instantly turned gloomy and humiliated. "Boy, you're dead meat." The arrogant young man was enraged. His move was actually blocked and injured. He roared angrily and golden light burst out from his other hand. He directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! In an instant, golden talisman runes swept out and formed an arc-shaped golden space dent around his palm. A domineering and ferocious aura suddenly swept out from the arrogant young man's body, causing the space to tremble. This was the golden-winged rock clan's sky-shaking wings. At this moment, the arrogant young man no longer held back when he attacked Du Xiaofu. Boom! However, before the arrogant young man's sky-shaking wings could reach Du Xiaofu, an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was as fleeting as a god, as fast as lightning, and as powerful as thunder. A similar sky-shaking wings swept across his body. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the arrogant young man's body directly fell from the void. With a shocking sight like a meteorite, he directly fell into a mountain below, causing the entire mountain to crack. Huge rocks exploded, and an aura swept out in all directions. The rumbling echoes in the sky were endless. Pucci, the arrogant young man, was stuck upside down in the rubble. He spat out pale golden blood from his mouth. He was already at his last breath and couldn't move at all. He was probably half dead. With just a single move, he was able to give the arrogant young man a taste of his own medicine and severely injure him. Immediately, the dozen or so golden-winged rock clan's youths were all dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. The arrogant young man had recently stepped into the level of primordial beast venerable. His cultivation and strength were only second to the commander's. Among the younger generation of the golden-winged rock clan, he was enough to rank in the top 10. But now, the arrogant young man was actually trampled and seriously injured in one move. Furthermore, he was seriously injured by a human using the sky-shaking wings. How shocking was this to the golden-winged rock clan? Chapter 13-15. None of this was surprising to Guqin Demon, Ape Divine King, Little Ing Ing, Wild Bear King, Spiritual Tiger King, and the others. Even Dragon 7 and Dragon 8, who were at the peak of the primordial origin beast sovereign level, were no match for the Demon King. Judging from his aura, the arrogant youth had just become a primordial origin martial sovereign. How could he be a match for the Demon King? Golden light surged from the eyes of the leading youth in golden battle robes. The aura on his body surged, causing the golden battle robes on his body to tremble. As the aura on the leading youth fluctuated, the eyes of the dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged Great Rock clan moved. Their auras fluctuated. Without any hesitation, they sealed off Du Xiaofu with their auras. Boom! At the same time, the auras of Little Star, Ghost Chariot, Spiritual Tiger King, Ape Divine King, and the others also surged. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the surrounding void became tense and hostile. You overestimate yourself. I'll spare your life this time. Next time, I won't be so lenient. As the main character, Du Xiaofu did not care at all. He slowly retracted his gaze from the half-dead, arrogant youth at the foot of the mountain. When these words fell into the ears of the young men and women from the golden-winged Great Rock clan, their expressions became complicated. He had severely injured the youth with one move, and the human youth still said that he had been lenient. This domineering aura was not inferior to that of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Kid, remember me, Jialo Juyu. This is the last name you know in this world. The leading youth in golden battle robes, Jialo Juyu, stared straight at Du Xiaofu. In his golden eyes, coldness surged from the depths of his eyes. However, his aura was still extraordinary and outstanding. You didn't do anything when you saw your follower being tortured. As a master, you're really not much. Don't worry, you'll end up the same way. Du Xiaofu's face darkened slightly. He stared straight at Jialo Juyu, and the coldness in his eyes clashed. The consequence of provoking me is that you will die even more miserably. Jialo Ju stared at Du Xiaofu. Golden light began to surge out from his golden armor, enveloping his body. His voice was cold, and his temperament became domineering and majestic. A tyrannical aura lingered around him. The golden-winged great rocks would not tolerate any provocation or disrespect. Du Xiaofu's expression was calm as he stood in the air. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as he calmly said, "I have no intention of provoking you. I'm just speaking the truth. Right now, you are also provoking me. You don't know death? Do you think you won't die?" Jialo Juyu moved. With a wave of his hand, golden runes gushed out. A fierce claw print filled with runes like the sun, as if it could compete with the rising sun behind him. Qi La Jialo Juyu's claw mark distorted the space, faintly revealing 5 faintly discernible pitch-black spatial cracks, which instantly spread in front of Du Xiaofu. As Jialo Juyu's claw stretched out, Guiche, Guqin Demon, Ape God, and the others on the mountain peak were all shocked. They could not help but feel a huge domineering pressure. Within that claw mark, there was a surge of Nirvana Realm aura. Jialo Juyu actually used his Nirvana Realm cultivation without holding back as soon as he made his move. However, Guiche, Ape God, and the others were not surprised. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had crippled a venerable origin beast in one move. Jialo Juyu naturally would not be careless. "If I don't want to die, who dares to kill me?" With a loud roar, Du Xiaofu moved. His fist, wrapped in golden light, did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly intercepted Jialo Juyu's punch. Boom! The two collided, and suddenly, a deep sonic boom shook the void in all directions. The golden light fist directly shattered Jialo Juyu's claw in the void, causing Jialo Juyu's figure to stagger back 3 steps and cross dozens of feet. Deng deng, Du Xiaofu's body only took 2 steps back and crossed dozens of feet. With a sweep of his purple robe sleeve, his body stabilized in the void. His purple robe and black hair fluttered behind him. Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with golden light, like a golden waterfall. That domineering aura was exactly the same as that of the golden-winged great rock. Indeed, it's exactly the same as my golden-winged great rock clan. Feeling the aura of the golden-winged great rock that permeated from Du Xiaofu's body, the dozen or so young men and women of the golden-winged great rock clan were surprised. They had also heard from the people who returned from the clan that the human who possessed the bones of the golden-winged great rock was very special. He could cultivate the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rock clan, and his aura was exactly the same. It was almost impossible for outsiders to distinguish. He's actually so strong. At this moment, these dozen or so young men and women were even more shocked by Du Xiaofu's move that blocked Jialo Juyu. Jialo Juyu stabilized his body. When he looked at Du Xiaofu again, his eyes were as golden as the sea. His expression was no longer careless as he stared at him with rapt attention. That's all you got. The golden-winged great rock clan doesn't live up to its name. Use your full strength to fight. Looking at Jialo Juyu, Du Xiaofu's gaze was contemptuous. Since he had encountered trouble today, he might as well open up his nature and compete with the real golden-winged great rock. As the fourth commander of the golden-winged great rock clan, Jialo Juyu had already stepped into the Nirvana realm. It was enough for him to be at the peak of his generation in this world. If he walked out of the golden-winged great rock clan, Jialo Juyu would be able to dominate Kyushu and cross the beast region. But the human in front of him today didn't put him in his eyes at all. One could imagine how Jialo Juyu felt. The dominance and nobility contained in the golden-winged great rock's bloodline couldn't be endured silently. You have some ability. I have indeed underestimated you. But now you no longer have the ability to be arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Jialo Juyu stabilized his mind and wasn't angered by Du Xiaofu's provocation. Just this kind of temperament was already a rare existence. I said, you're not enough. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. There was a hint of contempt in his overbearing manner. Chi! Jialo Juyu attacked again. His figure was like a bolt of golden lightning as he instantly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Jialo Juyu's speed was unimaginably fast. The speed of a real golden-winged great rock was rare in this world. In terms of speed, it was enough to be called supreme. Since ancient times, there had been rumors that the ancestors of the golden-winged great rock clan could fly up to 90,000 miles in a single wing. How terrifying was that speed! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jialo Juyu appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, bursting with golden light. With a wave of his hand with a peerless dominance, a golden fingerprint pointed at Du Xiaofu's forehead. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Using the wave-like carefree steps, his figure strangely disappeared in front of the fingerprint. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu appeared beside Jialo Juyu like a ghost. A golden palm print flew across the sky and hit Jialo Juyu's back. Whoosh! Golden light surged in Jialo Juyu's eyes. It was as if there were eyes on his back. With an unbelievable angle and speed, he directly avoided Du Xiaofu's palm. Du Xiaofu's palm print brushed past Jialo Juyu's body. The palm print rotated. With a shake of his wrist, he clenched his 5 fingers and condensed them into a fist. He turned 180 degrees and blasted towards Jialo Juyu's chest. Jialo Juyu seemed to be prepared at this moment. A fist print wrapped in bright golden light met the collision in an instant. Boom! The two collided. The space was turbulent. Golden light burst out, and turbulent energy surged out. The changes in the moves of the two were as fast as lightning, fierce and domineering. They were completed in an instant, dazzling the eyes of the people watching. A terrifying aura erupted, and the two separated upon contact. But in an instant, the two tall figures once again clashed with each other. In an instant, the battle was fierce and boiling. Rumble, above the void, the muffled sound of energy suddenly reverberated. In the sky, the purple-robed youth and the golden-robed youth, even shrouded in a golden halo, were locked in a fierce battle. Above the void, the energy swept over with earth-shattering momentum. At this moment, the surrounding dozen young men and women of the golden-winged rock clan were more and more shocked. That human youth actually blocked the fourth commander, and blocked with the power of the golden-winged rock clan. What kind of power and inconceivable was this? It didn't make sense. How could a human have such domineering power to resist the supreme beast power of the golden-winged rock clan? The ghost chariot, violent bear king, and the others were shaken. What they saw was the demon king shrouded in golden light, and there seemed to be several types of supreme might. He directly resisted the Giallo Absolute Nether, who was at the level of a Nirvana beast venerable, and even suppressed him. How tyrannical was that? Zixien held little Xingxing's little hand and looked at the battle above. Her purple eyes didn't fluctuate much, and she didn't show much worry. Whoosh! Golden light flickered, and Jialo Juyu's handprint condensed. The golden light was like a sun, and then condensed into a golden-winged rock phantom. It was hundreds of feet large, and it swept towards Du Xiaofu with a momentum that could destroy everything. Under that pressure, the surrounding space rippled and cracked. Domineering Fist Way. Du Xiaofu shook his arm and activated the tyrannical Fist Way. The golden fist was like a blooming sun. An incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly spread out from his tall and straight body, colliding with the gigantic golden-winged rock illusion that was several hundred feet in size. Aolo, vaguely, a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry could be heard. The void shook, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The aura was domineering, and it looked down on all things. Boom! Under the trembling gazes of the surroundings, the fist and the gigantic golden-winged rock phantom suddenly collided. The surrounding space suddenly cracked and exploded from the point of collision. The terrifying energy turned into rune ripples, and like a tsunami, it suddenly swept across the void. Rumble! The space shook violently. The invisible domineering aura shook the space, and the space rippled endlessly. Between heaven and earth, it suddenly seemed like endless thunder. Bang, bang, bang! The rocks on the huge mountain peaks below exploded into powder, and the towering trees were broken. The cracks on the ground spread, and the earth revealed a gully. Such a collision made the surrounding eyes filled with fear. When everything calmed down, the surroundings were a mess. The two tall figures in the sky stood far away, and it seemed that they were still on par. Activate your true body, or you're still far from it. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Juyu and said with contempt. However, in Du Xiaofu's heart, he did not underestimate it at this moment. The Jialo Juyu of the Nirvana Beast Venerate was definitely not easy to deal with. Faintly, there was a strange power on its body that was constantly affecting him. Du Xiaofu guessed that it should be the power of Nirvana. The Nirvana stage Jialo Juyu suppressed him in terms of cultivation, and he relied on his vigorous profound qi to fight against it. If this went on for a long time, the one who would suffer would naturally be him, and the one who would be exhausted first would also be him. Chapter 13:16. At this moment, Jialo Juyu was in the true form of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Du Xiaofu could not help but be shocked. He had not gained the upper hand in the tyrannical fist way. His opponent was only in human form and had been contending with his physical body. Swoosh, swoosh. The shocking battle in the sky immediately attracted quite a number of figures from the surrounding space. Soon after, quite a number of figures appeared in the nearby space. What's going on? Who's fighting? It seems to be the fourth commander. It's Jialo Juyu. Who is that purple-robed youth? Why does he have the aura of my clan? Could it be that human? Looking at the battle in front, strange discussions could be heard from all around. Jialo Juyu's golden eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. Those golden eyes suddenly closed, and a terrifying chill suddenly swept across the sky from the body of the golden battle suit. Boom! In an instant, Jialo Juyu's eyes opened. The golden light that had just surged in his eyes now seemed to have a golden-winged great ping bird that was about to fly out. The Nirvana sovereign beast aura on his body also climbed to the peak without reservation. Voila, golden runes erupted, and Jialo Ju Yu's body began to expand, instantly activating the huge golden-winged Great Ping Bird's true form. Monstrous energy instantly burst out from the huge body of the main body. Waves of extremely terrifying energy storms swept out in all directions in an overbearing manner. The golden-winged Great Ping Bird's true form was filled with supreme power. The golden brilliance was dazzling, like a golden sun in the sky. The void trembled violently, as if it was resonating with heaven and earth. Boom! Du Xiaofu raised his head. As the golden light fluctuated, the Great Ping Bird's wings on his back immediately expanded to dozens of feet. The dazzling golden light was like a golden torrent hanging in the sky, carrying an incomparably domineering aura. This was the true Great Ping Bird's golden wings, covered in layers of golden feathers. The feathers were densely covered with runes, revealing a profound mystery. There was an invisible domineering aura spreading out. When the Great Ping Bird's wings on Du Xiaofu's back were activated, the pressure caused the hearts of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan to tremble, and their blood boiled. That's the true Great Ping Bird's bloodline powerhouse from far away, above us. That guy is a human. How can he integrate the Great Ping Bird's wings like it's natural? Incredible! Everyone exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. In front of the true Great Ping Bird clan, Great Jialo Ju Yi's true form Ping Bird. Jialo Ju Yu's main body shouted loudly, and his huge main body pounced towards Du Xiaofu. His entire body was shining with golden light, and his ferocious aura spread out, causing people to tremble in fear. Great Ping Claw. Ping Bird Claw Great Ping. Ping Yu. And Ping Great Form Bird Great Ping. Great Ping Bird. Ping. Great Ping. Ping Claw. Wings was on Ping Great Ping Bird. Great Ping. Paina. Ping. Was. Rock's Chaos Crushing Claw. Du Xiaofu shouted out like a peerless ferocious beast. At the instant the wings on his back flapped, his right arm shook, and his fingers curled slightly before a claw stretched out from his hand. Dazzling talisman markings raged like golden lightning, and it was as if a golden-winged rock was about to flap its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. Such a domineering and terrifying aura erupted, instantly attracting the attention of many in the surroundings. This was also the true Great Rock's Chaos Shattering Claw. At this moment, the two Great Rock's Chaos Crushing Claws collided. Du Xiaofu wanted to compete with the real golden-winged Great Ping. The two claw prints collided, one big and one small, but their power was equally terrifying and domineering. The moment they collided, it was as if the sun was released above the void, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Such a collision caused the surrounding gazes to tremble violently, but it seemed that the two of them were equally matched. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. Jialo Ju shouted in a deep voice. A mysterious power seemed to erupt from his body that was shining with golden light, urging the rock descends to the 9 heavens. With the strength of his huge body, he wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu and crush that insignificant human to death. Rock descends to the 9 heavens, I know it too. The golden wings on his back flapped, and Du Xiaofu also activated the rock descends to the 9 heavens. It was as if a real golden-winged Great Ping had descended, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Great Ping clan. It directly confronted and swept out. This was a confrontation between two similar supreme beasts, and it was also like two golden-winged Great Ping birds. It was as if thunder was rumbling in the air, and a series of talisman markings burst forth. Rumble! Resplendent golden talisman markings shot out like golden fireworks, causing the entire sky to be resplendent. At this moment, the two of them were fighting, and their domineering and terrifying auras were overflowing. They flapped their wings and swept across the vast sky, as if they were the only ones in the world, crushing and crushing everything. It's too scary. In the surrounding sky, the Phantom Tiger King, the Ghost Chariot, the Ape God King, and the others were all under great pressure, and they almost wanted to crawl and tremble. That was the supreme aura of a golden-winged great ping bird, and no other beast could resist it. At this moment, even the disciples of the golden-winged great ping bird clan were shocked. All the disciples of the golden-winged great ping bird clan could feel the aura of the purple-robed human youth. It was as if a real golden-winged great ping bird had descended, and he was also activating the real rock descends to the 9 heavens. For a moment, no one could do anything about the confrontation in the sky, and it was a stalemate in the air. I've already stepped into the Nirvana realm, and you're at the origin world. You can't suppress me. Jialo Ju shouted. That supreme beast could suppress the vast sky, and its golden eyes looked directly at Du Xiaofu as if it was looking down on the world, wanting to suppress Du Xiaofu. Is that so? But I have everything you have, and you don't have what I have. Du Xiaofu called out. As soon as he said that, the surrounding space began to tremble. The energy of the world in the surroundings began to gather towards him. Whoosh, the great ping golden wings on his back flapped, and Du Xiaofu's body suddenly rose. Behind him, there were suddenly dazzling golden talisman runes flashing. At this moment, Jialo Ju's huge golden eyes that looked down on the world trembled as if it had sensed something. There was also a trace of fluctuation in its golden eyes. Boom, and at the next moment, under the astonished gaze of all around, an illusory golden 5-fingered mountain spread out behind Du Xiaofu, who was soaring in the sky. The illusory golden 5-fingered mountain was born and evolved behind Du Xiaofu, as if it had been given life. Buzz buzz. The illusory golden 5-fingered mountain was filled with golden light, and its sound was like the sound of wind and thunder. Dense spiritual energy spread out, communicating with the energy of heaven and earth, and a terrifying power spread out, suppress. Du Xiaofu shouted like thunder, and the illusory golden 5-fingered mountain fell on Jialo Ju's back. Boom! Facing the huge body of Jialo Ju, the illusory golden 5-fingered mountain expanded as if it was real, and the pressure was rolling. Gee! At this moment, Jialo Ju's eyes trembled, and its screech pierced through the clouds and cracked stones. Its fierce power was rolling, and it wanted to overturn the illusory 5-fingered mountain. The illusory golden 5-fingered mountain, with the momentum of a king, was constantly evolving, and could not be provoked. The illusory 5-fingered mountain was also constantly expanding, and in the end it was thousands of feet in size. It was like a supreme being, and its pressure was surging, as if it could crush all things, suppress all things in the world, and continuously suppress Jialo Ju. That human is an earth-vein spirit. But ordinary earth-vein spirits can't suppress my great ping bird bloodline. At this moment, the eyes of many great ping bird disciples suddenly fluctuated with golden light, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Boom! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on top of the illusory 5-fingered mountain. His feet stepped on the peak of the mountain, and the great ping bird's golden wings spread behind him, and he was still urging ping descends to the 9 heavens. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, under the dual suppression of Du Xiaofu's ping descends to the 9 heavens and the earth-vein spirit, the sky was filled with golden talisman runes, and the surrounding illusory figures exploded one after another. In the void, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. There was a faint phenomenon that appeared, and it was terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, this kind of aura swept out, causing the blood of the surrounding beasts and great ping bird disciples to coagulate, and they found it difficult to breathe. Jialo Ju finally couldn't resist, and its huge body was suppressed one after another, and its golden eyes surged with unwillingness. However, the aura on Jialo Ju's body became weaker and weaker, and then its huge body was forcibly suppressed to the ground below, directly destroying a mountain from the peak, and crumbling inch by inch. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook as if there was an earthquake. The shock was incomparable. Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed, and the golden talisman runes on the five-finger mountain's vein spirit rushed out, enveloping Jialo Juyu from all directions, releasing strands of auspicious light, completely suppressing Jialo Juyu. Puff puff, Jialo Juyu's mouth continuously spat out large mouthfuls of golden rock blood, and it became weaker and weaker. In the end, it could no longer struggle. Du Xiaofu stepped onto the peak of the five-finger mountain's vein spirit, and the golden wings on his back spread out. The golden light in his eyes was like a golden rainbow piercing through the sun, shooting into the heavens. He raised his head and shouted like thunder, "If I don't want to die, who dares to kill me?" This voice rolled out, as if it contained a domineering aura. When the sound wave swept out, the world in all directions began to riot, emitting a mysterious fluctuation. Under the pressure of that aura, many of the surrounding beasts and great Ping Bird clan disciples almost trembled and knelt down. They were all extremely shocked. At this moment, everyone looked up at that tall and straight figure, all of them dumbstruck. The surrounding disciples of the golden-winged great rocks were also dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. At this moment, that purple-robed youth was extremely domineering. Compared to the great Ping Bird, he was even more of a great Ping Bird. Quick, join forces to capture that brat. Finally, amidst the dumbstruck shock, a middle-aged man from the great Ping Bird clan came back to his senses and shouted loudly. His eyes were sharp and surged with a golden brilliance. His voice was not loud, but when it landed in the ears of the surrounding people, it was like a clap of thunder. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the great Ping Bird clan disciples that had gathered in the surroundings, as well as the dozen or so young men and women from the great Ping Bird clan that were originally present, were instantly awakened. As his gaze changed, a golden-winged great rock clan disciple instantly moved and surrounded Du Xiaofu's enormous mountain vein soul without hesitation. Boom! Waves of vigorous auras surged fiercely and domineeringly, wanting to join forces to capture Du Xiaofu. On the mountain peak where Ghost Chariot, Zither Demon, Divine Ape King, and the others were, for some reason, Zi Xian, who was holding little Xingxing's little hand, bit her red lips. Her originally calm purple eyes also surged with a brilliant light at this moment, and a blazing aura spread out from her curvaceous and alluring body. "Stop, all of you, stop!" At this moment, a clear and moving voice came from afar. When the last word fell, a graceful and tall figure crossed the space and swept over. Chapter 13-17. The tall and graceful figure with a peerless appearance was Jialo Kaling, who had brought Du Xiaofu and the others into the great golden-winged rock clan. Looking around, Jialo Kaling's eyes couldn't help but tremble when she saw Du Xiaofu suppressing Jialo Juyu with a five-fingered mountain vein soul. Jialo Kaling could feel that the five-fingered mountain vein soul on Du Xiaofu's body was extraordinary. It was definitely not an ordinary vein soul. What shocked Jialo Kaling even more was that this time, Du Xiaofu didn't suppress Jialo Juyu with the fusion of his martial vein and the great golden-winged rock supreme beast ability. Instead, he used the vein soul and the great golden-winged rock supreme beast ability to descend the 9 heavens to completely suppress Jialo Juyu. Kaling, you brought this person back. He is impudent in our clan. We cannot let him off easily. The middle-aged man who had just spoken said to Jialo Kaling when he saw her coming. However, from his expression, it seemed that he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Jialo Kaling. Jialo Kaling's gaze swept across the entire place. She already had a rough idea of what had happened. Jialo Kaling more or less knew about the Demon King Du Xiaofu's temper. She knew that Jialo Juyu and the others had come to find trouble. In the end, they had been ruthlessly beaten up in a situation where they didn't know what was good for them. Greetings, Great Commander. Following Jialo Kaling's arrival, the surrounding young disciples of the great golden-winged rock clan immediately bowed respectfully. All of them became solemn and respectful. It was enough to show that Giallo Kaling's position in the clan was extraordinary. Fifth Protector, I brought them back, so they are under my watch. The ones I want to cause trouble are definitely not them, right? Giallo Kaling looked at the middle-aged man and asked in a clear voice, Giallo Jew, you came without my permission. If anything happens, he will be punished according to the clan's rules. Hearing that, the faces of the dozen or so young men and women who came with Giallo Juyu instantly changed greatly. They knew the temper of the great commander. It was absolutely extraordinary. The middle-aged man was stunned. His expression was a little unnatural. However, he seemed to be worried about something and did not dare to show it. He must have guessed what had happened. After being stunned for a while, he said, Kai Ling, it's just a human. Ju Yu and the others came to take a look because they were concerned about the secret bones of their clan. They also came for the sake of our great golden-winged Pung clan. I was the one who brought him back. Do I need Giallo Ju cult to do anything? Gazing at the middle-aged fifth protector, Giallo Kaling raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a frown, or do I need fifth protector's advice when doing things? The fifth protector's expression became increasingly embarrassed. He waved his hand as his expression sank in displeasure. He said, You are the first commander. There is naturally no need for others to teach you about your matters. However, I will report this matter to the elders. The elders will naturally make a decision. Fifth Protector, you worry too much. I am here on the orders of the fourth elder. Giallo Kaling did not pay any more attention to the fifth Protector. Looking at Du Xiaofu in the distance, a complicated fluctuation flashed in her eyes. She said, Come with me. The elders want to see you. Hearing Giallo Kaling's words, the fifth protector frowned. His figure then quietly leaped away. Above the mountain pulse soul, Du Xiaofu looked at Giallo Kaling. The golden pung wings and the five-fingered mountain pulse soul phantasm behind his back slowly retracted. His figure leaped across the sky. In a flash, he was beside Giallo Kaling. His face was a little pale. This is the territory of the great golden-winged Pung clan. You don't know what will happen. It will not be good for you to take action. It will cause a lot of trouble. Giallo Kaling glanced at the miserable young man and Giallo Ju Yu's body below. Looking at Du Xiaofu, her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. I can't just wait for death. If trouble comes knocking, I can't avoid it. I can only accept it. Du Xiaofu shrugged his shoulders. On his pale face, his eyes regained their clarity. Looking at Giallo Kaling, he asked, Is there an answer to my question? Not yet. The elders have different opinions. However, it doesn't seem to be a good thing for you. I will tell you on the way. Giallo Kaling did not hide it from Du Xiaofu. From yesterday until today, the elders had already discussed it twice. There were two opinions. However, both opinions were not good for the human in front of her. Let's go. Du Xiaofu smiled calmly. Since he had to face it, there was no way to hide. He might as well be calm. I will do my best to plead for you. You were brought back by me. I will take responsibility for you, Giallo Kaling said to Du Xiaofu. You didn't do anything to me. You don't have to take responsibility. Du Xiaofu looked at the tall and beautiful woman in front of him and smiled. When Giallo Kaling heard what Du Xiaofu said, she didn't seem to notice anything wrong at first. However, after a while, she felt that there was something wrong with what Du Xiaofu had said. Her golden eyes glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu as she said, If you continue to be so glib, I don't mind teaching you a lesson before bringing you to see the elders. How did I provoke you again? Du Xiaofu smacked his lips and looked at Giallo Kaling with a wronged gaze. He didn't know how he had provoked this hot and irritable woman. Follow me. Giallo Kaling didn't pay any more attention to Du Xiaofu. She took a step forward with her long and slender legs, and her graceful figure turned around and left. A crisp voice resounded in the air, Whoever dares to have an opinion about the guest I brought back will bear the consequences. As her voice echoed, the surrounding disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan secretly changed their expressions. Great Commander Giallo Kaling was clearly warning them. Human clan, beast clan, demon clan. As long as it's a woman, it seems that all of them are unreasonable. Du Xiaofu looked at Zixian, who was on the mountain peak below. Then, he looked at Giallo Kaling's back and sighed slightly. Golden light flashed under his feet, and his figure drifted like a deity. He immediately followed behind her and left. Glib, flirtatious, fickle. On the mountain peak, Zixian looked at Du Xiaofu's back and glanced at him with disdain. There seemed to be some imperceptible fluctuations in her eyes. Mother, glib, flirtatious, fickle, what is fickle? Little Xingxing held Zixian's hand and asked seriously with his big eyes. Just like your father. He keeps flirting with women around him. He is fickle, Zixian curled her lips and said. Mother, I understand now. Little Xingxing suddenly understood and said happily, Fickle, fickle, so it means that you are very popular, right? Hearing this, Zixian was stunned. Looking at little Xingxing's clear eyes, she could only nod and say, that's about it. On the mountain peak, Guqin Demon, Fantasy Tiger King, Little Falcon, and the others almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, looking at Zixian, they didn't dare to laugh. Gui Che, who had always been serious, had a bloody and fierce temperament on his body at this moment. However, a smile also appeared on his handsome and sharp face. In the distant sky, the mountain peak was like a cloud. It was surrounded by towering trees, and the surroundings were lush and green. However, it was late autumn and there were also withered and yellow leaves. On a towering tree, among the withered and yellow leaves, a stumbling old lady stood quietly on a withered and yellow leaf. Looking into the distance, a smile appeared on her wrinkled old face. She murmured softly, Silly boy, you did not disgrace the bones and bloodline of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. As her voice fell, the old lady's figure quietly disappeared. It was as if she had instantly blended into the air. It was unbelievably strange. As the old lady disappeared, a withered and yellow leaf under her feet began to fall, swaying gently with the wind. Whoosh whoosh, in midair, two golden figures appeared. It was Du Xiaofu and Giallo Kaling. Along the way, Du Xiaofu learned about the general situation of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan from Giallo Kaling. Among the elders of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, there were currently two factions on how to deal with Du Xiaofu. One of the elders felt that as a human, Du Xiaofu definitely couldn't touch the bones and golden wings of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. Seeing that he had helped the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, they didn't take the initiative to attack the golden-winged Great Rock Clan for benefit. Therefore, they dug out the bones and asked Du Xiaofu to hand over the golden wings of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan and try to keep him alive. For the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, this was the ultimate punishment. The dignity of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan couldn't be challenged. Chapter 13:18. In the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, there was another elder who believed that Du Xiaofu had helped the golden-winged Great Rock Clan and had not deliberately taken the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's mystic bone. The golden-winged Great Rock Clan's golden wings was also obtained by chance. He was also very talented. He had killed the dragons Dragon 9 and defeated the dragons Dragon 7 and Dragon 8. He could be made the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's battle servant forever. If he was unwilling, it would not be too late to make him hand over the mystic bone and the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's golden wings. Although the other elders did not quite agree with the opinion of this elder, they seemed to have compromised in the end. If they could make him the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's battle servant, it would indeed be a good thing. Du Xiaofu's expression was extremely gloomy when he heard the decision of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's elders from Giallo Kaling. Ancient buildings stood tall, mottled with traces left behind by the erosion of time. Surrounding them was a square paved with thick bluestone. Du Xiaofu slowly descended with Jialo Kaling in front of a majestic and huge palace. Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "Don't be too nervous. I will try my best to plead for you. Hopefully, there will be a turn for the better. Can you do me a favor, even if it's because I helped you in the past?" Du Xiaofu suddenly looked up at Jialo Kaling and asked. "Say it. I will do my best to help you if I can." Jialo Kaling nodded. "If I can't walk out of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, I will take responsibility for what I did. Help me send everyone I brought with me out. This matter has nothing to do with them," Du Xiaofu said. Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu and did not say anything. She originally thought that this human would beg her to plead for him at this time. She did not expect that this human would not mention her at all. At this time, he was still concerned about the people around him. "All right, I promise you. I will definitely do it." After a while, Jialo Kaling Great Ro Kaling nodded at Du Xiaofu. "Thanks." Du Xiaofu smiled. He knew that Jialo Kaling would definitely do what she promised. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed so easily. After that, Du Xiaofu stared at the entrance of the Great Hall. There was a terrifying aura inside that seemed to be able to freeze space. It was connected to the aura of the golden-winged rock race. There were probably many terrifying experts inside. They should be the elders of the golden-winged rock race. I wonder how powerful the elders of the golden-winged great rocks are. As the words left his mouth, Du Xiaofu's purple robe shook. He stood with his hands behind his back and directly strode into the large hall. Jialo Kaling looked up slightly, her eyes glowing with golden light. When Du Xiaofu entered the hall, he found himself in a long corridor. "Follow me and stand behind me. Don't cause any more trouble. The elders aren't easy to talk to. If you anger the elders, even I won't be able to protect you." While Du Xiaofu was sizing her up, Jialo Kaling's beautiful figure had already appeared in front of him. Her hair swayed slightly, and the faint fragrance of her body reverberated in the corridor. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and let out a long breath. He followed behind Jialo Kaling. After a dozen steps, they pushed open an ancient golden wooden door. Creak as the golden wooden door opened, a majestic hall appeared in Du Xiaofu's sight. Boom! An invisible, vast, and inexplicable aura suddenly hit him in the face. When the golden wooden door opened, Jialo Kaling's beautiful figure walked into the hall. She bowed slightly to the dozen figures sitting on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, Du Xiaofu has been brought here." At this moment, the dozen figures in the hall were all old and middle-aged. There were both men and women, and they were all dressed differently. Numerous gazes within the large hall immediately landed on Du Xiaofu's body the moment the golden wooden door was pushed open. Their gazes were quite complicated, and they faintly contained some surprise and shock. Those gazes were also filled with golden brilliance, like the most mysterious galaxy in the depths of the starry sky, vast and deep. Under the gaze of those golden gazes, Du Xiaofu's body trembled. The blood in his body fluctuated, and the primordial spirit in the Naiwan palace in his mind also trembled. Among those invisible auras, Du Xiaofu felt that many of them were much more unfathomable and vast than the auras of the two territorial masters from Hehuan's school, Ru Meng and Kuang Ru's. At the head of the hall, there was a skinny old man with long red hair sitting upright. The old man seemed to be in his 70s, and his face was calm. The fact that he was able to sit at the head of the hall was proof of his status in the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Beside the skinny red-haired old man sat a majestic old man who seemed to be around the same age. The majestic old man wore light yellow tight-fitting clothes. His exposed shoulders and arms were covered in rings of ancient golden inscriptions. Not far away, there was a beautiful woman in a long dress sitting upright. She had a graceful expression. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath while the profound energy within his body surged slightly, and only then was he barely able to ease up from the powerful aura that assaulted his face, and then he secretly gazed at the hall and was astounded in his heart. With the sharp senses of his primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu very easily sensed that the dozen figures in the hall were all in the beast region. Many of them were definitely not ordinary beast region cultivators. Many of their auras were definitely not below Zixian's, and there were even quite a few auras that were not something that Zixian or the two territorial masters from Hehuan School could compare to. Fifth Protector. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu saw a familiar middle-aged figure in the hall. It was the fifth protector that he had seen not long ago. At this moment, the fifth protector looked at Du Xiaofu at the entrance of the hall and sneered. Then, he looked at Jialo Kaling, and his face twitched with a hint of gloominess. Du Xiaofu, quickly greet the elders. That is the fourth elder, the fifth elder, and that is the head protector. Jialo Kaling gave Du Xiaofu a look and told Du Xiaofu to bow. Junior greets the fourth elder, the fifth elder, the head protector, and the other elders. Du Xiaofu bowed. On the way here, he had learned from Jialo Kaling that the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, and the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu, were the leaders of the protector group today. The other key person was the head protector, Jialo Huanyu. Although Jialo Huanyu was not an elder, as the head protector of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, his status was extraordinary. Ordinary elders could not compare to him. In addition, the four commanders of the younger generation in the golden-winged Great Rock clan were also extraordinary. Their status in the clan was even higher than that of ordinary protectors. Du Xiaofu glanced at the fourth elder, the fifth elder, and the head protector. At this moment, the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, was sitting in the middle of the hall. He had long red hair and a thin figure. However, the aura on his body was definitely the most dangerous in the entire hall to Du Xiaofu. Next to fourth elder Jialo Yi, it wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess that the majestic figure with the strange golden runes on his arm should be fifth elder Jialo Yuantu. The graceful and beautiful woman was undoubtedly the head protector, Jialo Huanyu. As for the other elders of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, Jialo Kaling did not introduce them one by one. Hence, Du Xiaofu did not recognize them at this moment. How dare you act so presumptuously in the golden-winged Great Rock clan? It seems like I can't let you live. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu, stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily. Fifth elder, may I ask how I have acted presumptuously? Du Xiaofu raised his head and asked. Seeing that the fifth protector was present, he had already guessed the reason. The fifth protector had probably arrived early to complain. However, Du Xiaofu did not intend to tolerate it at this moment. Even in the golden-winged Great Rock clan, it was not Du Xiaofu's temperament to submit to humiliation. In any case, these old fellows had no intention of letting him off. When they saw that Du Xiaofu actually dared to question the fifth elder directly, there was a brief moment of silence in the hall. Aren't you presumptuous enough to injure a disciple of the golden-winged Great Rock clan? The fifth protector, who was standing in the silent hall, spoke as he looked at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy and ugly expression. When the young ones provoke me, they immediately complain to the old ones when they can't beat me. So this is the style of the golden-winged Great Rock clan? Du Xiaofu glanced at the fifth protector indifferently and said. When the fifth protector heard this, he was at a loss for words for a moment. The dozen or so elders looked at Du Xiaofu with a complicated and curious expression. These elders, especially when they had just heard the fifth protector say that Jialo Ju had also been suppressed by Du Xiaofu, could not help but feel shocked even with their mental states. All the elders knew that Jialo Ju was one of the top few existences among the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. As an outstanding member of the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he was able to subdue dragons and tigers in the outside world. Among the younger generation of the entire human race, other than seeing if there was anyone in the few great clans who could resist Jialo Ju, there was no one above Kyushu who could be a match for him. In comparison, they were probably just ants. When they heard that Jialo Ju had been defeated by Du Xiaofu, and that Du Xiaofu was also an extremely young human youth above Kyushu, the elders of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan could not help but be shocked. How could there be such a terrifying youth above Kyushu? When they first heard that Du Xiaofu had killed Dragon 9 and defeated Dragon 7 and Dragon 8, some of the elders did not believe it. But now, although they had not seen it with their own eyes, they naturally believed the Fifth Protector's words and had no choice but to accept the truth. Fifth Protector, I have already taken care of the matter. No matter what, I was the one who brought him back, so I will naturally take responsibility for everything. Fifth Protector, you don't have to worry about it. If Fifth Protector is too free, why don't we ask Fifth Protector to be the vanguard and make a trip to the Four Seas since the dragons dared to touch my golden-winged Great Rock Clan? Jialo Kaling's beautiful face sank as she looked at the Fifth Protector. She knew very well that the Fifth Protector was targeting her. Hearing Jialo Kaling's words, the Fifth Protector was completely speechless. Although the Fifth Protector was in the Beast Domain Realm, he was only in the initial Domain Realm. It was difficult for him to do anything to Jialo Kaling. Asking him to make a trip to the Four Seas was akin to courting death. All right, let's not discuss the matters of the younger generation today. At the head of the hall, the skinny red-haired elder spoke. As the red-haired elder spoke, everyone in the hall slightly retracted their gazes. Even the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu, straightened his posture. Chapter 1319. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu looked at the skinny red-haired old man and knew that he was fourth elder Jialo Yi. His skinny body gave off an imperceptible sense of immense pressure. He sat there like a lazy and peerless beast. If he were to explode, he would probably be able to shatter the heavens. As Du Xiaofu looked at him, fourth elder Jialo Yi also looked at Du Xiaofu. His expression was calm as he sized Du Xiaofu up. Gradually, a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, he concealed it so easily that no one would be able to see it. Fourth elder Jialo Ye's gaze slowly swept over Du Xiaofu's body. He then said, "You must be the human Du Xiaofu known as the Demon King. I'm sure you know what's going on now that you've entered the great golden-winged rock clan. I'll give you two choices. Become an eternal battle servant of the great golden-winged rock clan, and you can keep the secret bone and the great golden-winged rock wing with you forever. Otherwise, you can dig out the secret bone and hand over the great golden-winged rock wing. Make your choice." Upon hearing the fourth elder's words, all eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. The corners of the fifth protector's mouth curled into a sneer. "I think fourth elder has misunderstood. I've not come to the great golden-winged rock clan to hand over the secret bone and the great golden-winged rock wing. I've only come to give the great golden-winged rock clan an explanation." Du Xiaofu was shocked by this outcome. He looked at fourth elder Jialo Yi and said, "I obtained the secret bone by accident. Now that I've fused with it, there's no way I can hand it over. As for the great golden-winged rock wing, I also obtained it by chance. I didn't obtain it from the great golden-winged rock clan. How can I hand it over?" Many people's gazes rippled when they heard Du Xiaofu's words. The great guardian, Jialo Huanyu, was also looking at Du Xiaofu curiously. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Young man, you can think about it carefully. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. This is the golden-winged great rock." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, fourth elder Jialo Yi didn't show the slightest sign of anger. He still spoke to Du Xiaofu in a calm manner. "I've already thought about it. If the golden-winged great rocks want to bully others, I have nothing to say." Du Xiaofu said, "Looks like we can only let you take the second option. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want us to do it?" The corners of fifth elder Jialo Yuantu's mouth rose as he looked at Du Xiaofu with a hint of anger in his eyes. A human youth dared to be so unruly in front of them. In addition, he was already displeased. At this moment, he didn't intend to say anything more. "If you want to bully the young, I have nothing to say. Just do it." This proves that the golden-winged great rocks are nothing more than this. I don't care about the mystic bone and the great golden-winged great rock wing. Du Xiaofu looked directly at Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu, his eyes emitting a faint golden light. How dare you? Behave yourself. Jialo Kailing's beautiful face changed. This guy was supposed to behave himself, but in the main hall, he kept talking back. After scolding Du Xiaofu, Jialo Kailing immediately bowed to Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu and said, Fifth Elder, elders, this kid speaks without thinking, but after all, he did help us. If it wasn't for his help a few days ago, I'm afraid we would have all been buried in front of the dragons. Moreover, he didn't take the mystic bone, and the great rock wing was obtained by chance. Elders, please reconsider. Otherwise, if this spreads, I'm afraid the outside world will say that the golden-winged great rock clan is ruthless. This will also lose the face of the golden-winged great rock clan. Hearing Jialo Kailing's words, many of the elders around were moved. This woman is a woman of her words. Du Xiaofu looked at the tall woman beside him and thought in his heart. This woman seemed difficult to deal with, but after getting along with her, she wasn't as difficult to deal with as she seemed. Kailing's words are not without reason. If this spreads out, the outside world will definitely say that the golden-winged great rock clan is ruthless. This will also lose the reputation of the golden-winged great rock clan. Great Guardian Jialo Huanyu, who had been silent all this time, spoke. His voice was long and calm. Boom. Just as Great Guardian Jialo Huanyu's voice faded, the main hall suddenly shook. Everyone's gaze followed the aura, and immediately fell on Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu. At this moment, Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu had already stood up and waved his hand. Golden light surged in his palm, and strands of golden talisman runes slowly rose from his palm like rising smoke. Then, they gathered in his palm and formed a small golden-winged great rock shadow. What a powerful force! Looking at the golden-winged great rock shadow in Jialo Yuantu's palm, Du Xiaofu's pupils suddenly shrank. He could feel that the small golden-winged great rock shadow seemed to have formed a space of its own, and he couldn't feel any aura from it. But even so, Du Xiaofu could feel how terrifying the power in Jialo Yuantu's hand was. That aura was like a calm volcano. It seemed calm, but once it erupted, it would be destroyed. Kid, I won't bully you as an old man, and the golden-winged great rock clan won't bully you either. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu opened his mouth and looked at Du Xiaofu. Since you were able to defeat Jialo Jueo, it proves that your strength isn't ordinary. I will control my strength below the beast realm. As long as you can last half an hour in my hands, the golden-winged great rock bone and great rock wings in your body will belong to you. My golden-winged great rock clan will no longer interfere. If you can't resist, then pray for yourself and bear the consequences. Let's see if your strength isn't as good as your sharp tongue. Hearing the fifth elder's words, Jialo Kailing's delicate face twitched violently. Jialo Kailing was very clear about the fifth elder's cultivation. He had already reached the peak of the great domain and was close to the domain realm. Regardless of whether it was the beast honorable realm or the martial honorable realm, a mere thought from the fifth elder would be enough to turn them into ashes, not to mention raising a hand or foot. Even if the fifth elder said that he would only use his strength below the beast realm, Jialo Kailing knew that the fifth elder was a domain realm expert. Even if he only used his strength below the beast realm, she might not be able to resist for half an hour with her current cultivation and strength. Not to mention that Du Xiaofu was only a chaotic element martial honorable. Fifth elder, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. The fifth elder is a dignified elder of our clan. Even if you suppress your strength and attack Du Xiaofu, it won't be good if the outside world says that the fifth elder attacked a puny chaotic element martial honorable. Why don't you let me do it for you? Jialo Kailing bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. She knew that Du Xiaofu was extremely strong. He was definitely an abnormal existence among humans. However, in the face of the fifth elder, who was suppressing his strength, he was still not strong enough. Hearing this, the fifth elder, Jialo Yuentu, said to Jialo Kaling, "Kaling, don't say too much. If you let this go, I'm afraid it will damage the reputation of our golden-winged rock clan." As soon as the fifth elder's voice fell, a golden light suddenly surged out from his eyes. His palm immediately turned upside down and slapped towards Du Xiaofu. An invisible palm print distorted the space of the hall and directly enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! In an instant the golden light blazed. The illusory little golden-winged rock's shadow shuttled back and forth in the fifth elder's palm, wanting to flap its wings. A terrifying golden-winged rock's overbearing pressure spread out from it, causing the blood in one's body to freeze and the soul to tremble. That terrifying pressure only existed on Du Xiaofu's body and did not leak out at all. Even the hall and the ground were not affected at all. It was extremely strange. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that the space behind him suddenly solidified. An unparalleled overbearing force swept down from all directions, wanting to crush Du Xiaofu's body into a bloody mist in an instant. At this point, Du Xiaofu had no other choice. A golden light rushed out from his body, and an overbearing aura swept out from his tall and straight body. Boom! The golden talisman engravings lingered, and a golden light rushed out like a sun, directly colliding with the fifth elder's palm print, causing the hall to tremble. However, the dazzling golden light in Du Xiaofu's body was firmly suppressed by the fifth elder's palm, unable to penetrate. As Du Xiaofu resisted, the surrounding elders were surprised. At this moment, the young human Du Xiaofu's body really had the aura of a golden-winged rock. Although the elders in the hall had heard about Du Xiaofu's matter, it was the first time they had seen with their own eyes that a human had actually cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock clan. They were all secretly amazed. At this moment, although Jialo Kaling's beautiful face changed greatly, she was already helpless. She could only watch anxiously from the side, hoping that the abnormal human boy could resist. However, how could Jialo Kaling not know that if Du Xiaofu wanted to contend against the fifth elder who had suppressed his cultivation, he would need a miracle to do so? Qi-la, the golden talisman engravings on Du Xiaofu's body surged out, resisting the fifth elder's crushing pressure. However, almost instantly, the golden talisman engravings were obliterated, unable to resist at all. Gotcha! Du Xiaofu's footsteps trembled as if a huge force was crushing him. His feet suddenly stepped into the ground, stepping on the floor of the hall. However, he did not bend over. This boy is quite arrogant. His physical body seems to be terrifying too. An elder who looked to be in his 60s said softly. He could naturally see that under normal circumstances, Du Xiaofu should have bent over and crawled under the fifth elder's crushing pressure. However, the human Du Xiaofu refused to bend over. That was why the terrifying force landed directly on his feet, causing the ground to collapse. If his physical body was not strong enough, it would be enough to crush his body. From this, it was enough to see that the young human Du Xiaofu's physical body was very strong. Qi-la-la. The moment his feet touched the ground, a dazzling golden light rushed out from Du Xiaofu's back again. The golden rock wings were activated and immediately spread out. Golden light burst out, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan, resisting the crushing pressure of Jialo Yuentu. Golden rock wings. When Du Xiaofu activated the golden rock wings, the elders in the hall could not help but change their expressions. Those were the real golden rock wings. Judging from the aura, the bloodline contained in the golden rock wings was above theirs. Gotcha, however, at this moment, Du Xiaofu activated the golden rock wings, but only lasted for a few breaths. It was still difficult to resist the fifth elder Jialo Yuentu. Under the crushing pressure of the endless mysterious force, the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings were also being obliterated. Du Xiaofu's body trembled, as if his body was about to explode. Blue veins were exposed on his face, but he clenched his teeth tightly and did not groan. Faint golden blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth, making him look even more ferocious. That's the blood of our clan's golden-winged roc. Even the blood in the body is the same. The human clan has integrated the bones of the golden-winged roc clan and the golden roc wings to cultivate our clan's cultivation method. Incredible, incredible! The elders in the hall were shocked. Although they had heard all this, seeing it with their own eyes at this moment, that kind of shock increased by a few points. Du Xiaofu was still holding on with all his strength. The vigorous qi in his body surged out, resisting with the strength of his physical body, and with the assistance of the golden roc wings. Kacha, Du Xiaofu's body gradually began to crack. On the exposed skin, small cracks could be seen bursting open, and blood filled the air. But then, on the cracks on Du Xiaofu's body, there was a faint purple lightning fluctuation, causing the wounds to slowly heal in front of everyone's eyes. However, they were once again crushed and cracked. What a strange body! An elder in his 50s looked at Du Xiaofu's body and was quite surprised. It's not strange. It's a terrifying physical body that can heal itself. If he were in a fierce battle, he could rely on his physical body to sweep through everything. If he were at the same level of cultivation, I'm afraid that his physical body alone would be enough to crush him to death. Great Guardian Jialo Huanyu said. She had seen how terrifying Du Xiaofu's physical body was, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. No, it doesn't seem right. The body refining method has already reached the stage of refining the divine body. Suddenly, Great Guardian Jialo Huanyu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise again, as if she had discovered something shocking. She suddenly stood up, trembling all over, and said in surprise, "Not only has his physical body reached the stage of refining the divine body using our clan's body refining method, but he has also stepped into the real rock realm." 2 chapters in a row. Chapter 13:20. True Rock Realm. As soon as Jialo Huanyu finished speaking, all the elders in the hall trembled violently. A few of them stood up immediately and looked at Du Xiaofu in astonishment. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu's ferocious face was covered with golden talisman inscriptions. The inscriptions were sharp and frightening. In his eyes, there seemed to be a shadow of a golden-winged roc flapping its wings and soaring. At this moment, the golden talisman inscriptions around Du Xiaofu condensed into a shadow of a golden-winged roc. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky for a while. In the next moment, it looked like it was looking down on all living beings. It was unpredictable and seemed to be psychic. It resonated with Du Xiaofu naturally. It was difficult for anyone in the Golden-Winged Roc clan to reach the true rock realm. The Golden-Winged Roc clan's bloodline had been gradually diluted under the baptism of time. Their physical bodies were also changing and could not be compared to the ancient Great Roc. To the Golden-Winged Roc, one could fly up 90,000 miles with a flap of the wings. This was only a legend. What was the true rock realm? The true rock realm meant that one's physical body was the closest to that of the ancient Great Roc. The level of physical body was different from the strength of the physical body. It was the quality of the physical body. It was similar to the level of bone washing and marrow cleansing in the body cultivation technique. At the same cultivation level, the two golden-winged rocs' physical bodies would definitely differ in strength. The true rock realm meant that one's physical body was the closest to that of the ancient Great Roc. Once the divine body was successfully refined, one's physical body would be as strong as that of the ancient Great Roc. It was said that when the true rock was born, it could shatter the stars and tear the sky apart. It was a legend. However, all the disciples of the Golden-Winged Roc clan knew that the legend was not groundless. The ancient Great Roc was extremely powerful. However, to reach the true rock realm, one could only come by luck. It was not like the body cultivation technique. Although the body cultivation technique was difficult, at least there was a cultivation method and goal. The true rock realm was purely dependent on talent and opportunity. True rock realm. Jialo Kai Ling, who was nervously looking at each other, had a strange light flickering in her beautiful eyes because of this scene. Only now did she know that this brat had actually reached the true rock realm. However, Jialo Kai Ling focused again. She knew that even if Du Xiaofu was in the real rock realm, he wouldn't be able to change anything in front of the fifth elder. The fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu, also discovered that Du Xiaofu had reached the realm of true Peng. His eyes were filled with shock and golden light flickered. However, the crushing force under the palm did not relax. Even at this moment, the fifth elder's eyes were filled with shock as he quietly increased his strength from the Nirvana Beast Venerable Peak to the half-domain level. Jialo Yuantu was shocked to discover that if he had used the strength of a peak Nirvana Beast Venerable, Du Xiaofu might have been able to resist him for a while. Du Xiaofu's feet were sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. Almost half of his calves were in the cracks in the ground. His ferocious face looked terrifying. In addition to the pale golden blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, he was like an injured and resisting fierce beast. It's already a miracle. Ordinary half-domain cultivators wouldn't be able to resist for so long. This physical body is too terrifying. In the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, except for Juyu and Kai Ling, no one can compare to the physical body. The elders in the hall exclaimed. They were shocked by everything that Du Xiaofu had shown at this moment. Du Xiaofu was resisting with all his might. He was proud and would never bend his back. His physical body cracked continuously, but Du Xiaofu didn't make a sound. He gritted his teeth and resisted proudly. This brat is extraordinary. In the hall, many elders also exclaimed. They were very shocked. No wonder he could defeat Jialo Juyo. I completely believe it now. A tall and slender man in a long robe couldn't help but say. At first, when he heard the fifth protector say that Jialo Juyo was defeated by the human Du Xiaofu, this elder was skeptical. He also thought that even if Du Xiaofu won, it was most likely because he had some peerless divine weapon or some external help. But at this moment, this elder no longer had any doubts. With his eyesight, he naturally knew that even Jialo Juyo couldn't resist the fifth elder for so long. The soles of his feet were still sinking. Du Xiaofu raised his head. The great rock golden wings on his back were almost stuck to his body. Blood dripped from his mouth. Even with the immortal Xian body's recovery speed, it couldn't keep up with the speed of his physical body being crushed and cracked. The cracks on Du Xiaofu's physical body were getting bigger and bigger, and more blood was seeping out. That crushing force carried an invisible mysterious power of space, which made it difficult for Du Xiaofu to resist. Although that power was only around the half-domain level, it hadn't stepped into the domain realm. But that invisible mysterious power was a power that didn't exist under the martial domain realm. It surpassed the beast sovereign realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes were somewhat ferocious, and purple gold lightning was gradually emerging. At this moment, if he wanted to continue resisting, Du Xiaofu knew that Zijin could only activate the Thunder Martial Vein. Otherwise, his physical body would be crushed. Make way, everyone! Make way! Suddenly, an old voice sounded in the hall. An old lady with a crooked back appeared in the hall at some point in time. She was sweeping the hall with a broom in her hand. When everyone heard the voice and looked at the old lady with a crooked back, all of them were shocked. Some of the elders who hadn't stood up suddenly stood up together. Their eyes were wide open and tongue-tied as they looked at each other. They had seen the most unbelievable thing. Even the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, stood up and looked at the old lady in a daze. The old lady swept the floor as if she didn't see fifth elder Jialo Yuantu and Du Xiaofu at all. She lowered her head and slowly swept the floor. Her staggering figure was clearly moving slowly, but for some reason, like a ghost, she naturally appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and fifth elder Jialo Yuantu. Don't block it, make way. The broom in the old lady's hand swept directly at fifth elder Jallo Yuentu's leg. The distorted invisible void under the handprint seemed to have disappeared at this moment, as if it didn't exist at all. Deng deng, fifth elder Jallo Yuentu's expression changed greatly, and he immediately staggered back. The light dissipated, and the terrifying crushing force disappeared. Du Xiaofu spat out a large mouthful of pale golden blood. He clenched his teeth and stood proudly. The golden wings on his body withdrew, and the purple-gold lightning arc that had just appeared in his eyes gradually dissipated. Grandmother. When Du Xiaofu looked at the stumbling figure in front of him, his eyes were filled with shock. Silly child, why are you covered in blood? This old lady is distressed. Looking at Du Xiaofu's blood-drenched, pale face and blood-stained body, the old lady's old face suddenly sank. Looking at the old lady's appearance and hearing her words, the fifth elder's face trembled fiercely. Jialo Kai Ling looked at the stumbling old lady and was stunned. But a moment later, her beautiful and valiant face was filled with surprise. Grandmother, I'm fine. Du Xiaogang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the sleeve of his purple robe. His cracked body gradually recovered under the surge of faint lightning. How can you be fine when you're injured like this? Which bastard injured my grandson like this? Does he want to make this old lady angry? The old lady said angrily. It was obvious that she was already angry. The fifth elder, Jialo Yuentu, was stunned and didn't dare to talk back. Grandmother, you should leave quickly. This is not a place where you can come, Du Xiaofu said to the old lady. But at this moment, he felt the gazes of the elders of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan. He was very surprised and puzzled. Don't worry, there is no place in the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan that I can't go to. The old lady looked at Du Xiaofu with a distressed face and said, Silly child, you said that you want to recognize me as your grandmother and take care of me for the rest of my life. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Du Xiaofu nodded. His pale face revealed a bitter smile. It seemed a little inappropriate for the old lady to come in and make such a scene. Okay, then kowtow to me, the old lady said to Du Xiaofu. Her old face was serious and even had a little longing. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He looked at the old lady's serious face and the longing in her eyes. He didn't care about the gazes around him. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Heaven, earth, sovereign, family, and teacher. Du Xiaofu never knelt to heaven, earth, or sovereign. He only knelt to family and teacher. At this moment, facing the old lady in front of him, he treated her as a true family member in his heart. Good, good, good. Looking at Du Xiaofu kowtowing 3 times, the old lady said, Good 3 times. Trembling, she immediately helped Du Xiaofu up. Her wrinkled face was a little moist. She said, Good child, from now on you are this old lady's grandson. After 3 kowtows, Du Xiaofu looked at the old lady in front of him and said, Grandmother, you go first. I'll see you later. Okay, I'll listen to you. Remember to come see me later. After the old lady finished speaking, her moist eyes had a kind smile. She held the broom in her hand and slowly walked out of the hall. Grandmother, take care. Jialo Kai Ling lowered her head and stood at the side respectfully. Her face was full of smiles. Inside the main hall, all the elders, including the 4th elder, were standing respectfully. No one said anything. It seemed that if the old lady didn't say anything, they wouldn't dare to say anything. As they watched the old lady leave, the elders finally turned their gazes back. After which, they looked at each other and exchanged glances. In the end, all of them looked at Du Xiaofu in unison. All of them carried an extremely strange and complicated expression. No, this isn't right. Looking at the old lady's departing figure, Du Xiaofu was suddenly puzzled. If the old lady was an ordinary person, she wouldn't be able to enter the hall. She wouldn't be able to resist the aura in the hall. Then, Du Xiaofu looked at the hall and saw the expressions on the faces of the elders. He was even more certain that the old lady wasn't an ordinary person. Who is this old lady? Du Xiaofu was at a loss. It seemed that with the appearance of the old lady, the entire hall suddenly became strange. Chapter 13:21. Elders, how should we deal with Du Xiaofu? Jialo Kaling asked as she looked at the elders in the hall. A strange smile appeared on her valiant and beautiful face, but she pretended to be serious and asked, "Should we dig out Du Xiaofu's secret bone and hand over the golden rock wings?" Upon hearing this, all the elders in the hall, regardless of which faction they belonged to, were stunned. They looked at each other, then their gazes fell on 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu and 4th Elder Jialo Yi. At this moment, the 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu and the 4th Elder Jialo Yi looked at each other with blank expressions. 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu and 4th Elder Jialo Yi still hadn't recovered from their shock. For some reason, the old lady had accepted Du Xiaofu as her grandson. Du Xiaofu had even kowtowed, and the old lady had happily accepted it. This was the truth. Who would dare to touch the old lady's grandson? If they dug out the secret bone and forced him to hand over the golden rock wings, even the great elder, 2nd elder, and 3rd elder wouldn't dare to touch the old lady's grandson. Even if the clan leader came, he would have to be obedient in front of the old lady. Du Xiaofu looked at the many elders in the hall. Looking at the expressions on their faces, he was also puzzled. It was as if these powerful elders of the golden-winged great rocks had suddenly changed. "Elders, please discuss this matter again before making a decision," said Great Elder Jialo Yuantu. Then, he looked at 4th Elder Jialo Yi and 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu and asked, "What do you think, 5th Elder and 4th Elder?" "All right, we will discuss this matter again." 4th Elder Jialo Yi nodded. He didn't have any objections, and was even happy to step down. 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu didn't say anything, silently agreeing with Great Elder Jialo Yuantu's words. The old madam had intervened and even accepted Du Xiaofu as her grandson. Jialo Yuantu knew what was going on. What else could he do? The old lady's words at the beginning were obviously scolding him. At this moment, if he continued to touch that kid, the old lady would not be polite to him anymore. "Kai Ling, take him away first. However, he can't leave before the elders have finished their discussion." Jialo Huanyu gestured to Jialo Kaling. Her beautiful eyes were filled with emotions as she looked at Du Xiaofu, who was at a loss as well as Du Xiaofu. "Elders, Kai Ling will take her leave first." Jialo Kaling understood. She bowed and retreated. She didn't forget to pull Du Xiaofu out of the hall. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Jialo Kaling leaving the main hall, the 5 protectors' faces were either dazed or flushed red. They had a bad premonition. Du Xiaofu had already become the old madam's grandson. The elders didn't dare to touch him, let alone the 5th protector. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Jialo Kaling leaving, the elders in the hall continued to look at each other in dismay. Why did the old madam leave the valley? When did she come out? How did she know that human kid? 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu looked at Great Elder Jialo Huanyu and asked. He thought that Jialo Huanyu should know when the old madam came out. Jialo Huanyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I don't know why the old madam suddenly came out. I also don't know how the old madam came to know Du Xiaofu. What should we do now? How should we deal with Du Xiaofu? He's a human after all. He has the Golden Rock clan's mystic bone and golden rock wings. If we don't deal with him, I'm afraid that in the future, people will start to think that our Golden Rock clan is no longer what it used to be. If this goes on, I'm afraid that people won't be able to stop themselves from having designs on our clan," an old elder said with a solemn expression. This elder was not targeting Du Xiaofu, but for the entire golden-winged great rocks. Over the years, no one in the world dared to have any designs on the golden-winged Great Peng clan. No one dared to touch the golden-winged Great Peng clan's possessions. Even the colossal powers of the 9 provinces and the peak beast clans of the Beast region were the same. All of this was because of the absolute strength of the golden-winged great rocks and their tyrannical style. Anyone who dared to touch the Golden Rock Clan's belongings would suffer the Golden Rock Clan's iron-blooded and powerful revenge. The human Du Xiaofu had the golden-winged great rock mystic bone and the great rock golden wings. If the golden-winged great rock clan did not deal with Du Xiaofu this time, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the outside world. At that time, the fear that some people in the outside world had towards the golden-winged great rocks for a long time would disappear. When that happened, it would definitely affect the Golden Rock clan greatly. Although it didn't seem like much, it was actually extremely frightening. Just like now, when the younger generation of the Golden Rock clan went out into the outside world, those super experts would definitely be afraid and wouldn't dare to make a move. However, if they didn't deal with Du Xiaofu this time, then the younger generation of the Golden Rock clan would be in greater danger when they went out in the future. However, if the Elder Council insisted on dealing with Du Xiaofu this time, digging out his mystic bone and taking back the Golden Rock wings, then the extraordinary Du Xiaofu would have already fused the mystic bone into his body. When that time came, even if he could keep his life, he would become a cripple from then on. When that time came, with the old lady's temper, she probably wouldn't let them off. When the old lady came to the main hall today, all the elders naturally understood that she wanted to protect Du Xiaofu. In the main hall, all the elders were silent. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. After a while, the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, broke the short silence and said, "Let's discuss this matter after the third elder and second elder come out of seclusion. There's still 10 days until the competition of the younger generation. This is a grand event of our clan that occurs once every 300 years. We'll make a decision after this grand event. At that time, the second elder and third elder might come out of seclusion. Jueyu and Juekong should be able to shine in the competition of the younger generation this time." An old woman who seemed to be an elder said, "But in the end, first place should be Jueyu. Jueyu's strength isn't low either. It's a pity that he was heavily injured by Du Xiaofu this time. He probably won't be able to recover in a short period of time. He might even miss this great opportunity that only comes once every 300 years. In the next 300 years, Jiyu might have already broken through to the beast domain realm," an elder sighed. He felt some regret for Jialo and Juyu. An opportunity that only came once every 300 years was rare. Once they missed it, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. Another 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The fourth elder, Jialo Yi, raised his eyes and sighed. Then, there was some doubt in his eyes as he said, "But it seems to be extremely quiet in there recently. Nothing should have happened, right?" "Don't worry. Nothing should have happened in there. We'll strengthen the seal every time it's opened," said the fifth protector, Jialo Yuantu. Suddenly, the first protector, Jialo Huanyu, spoke with a complicated expression. Kai Ling missed the opportunity in this competition. If that guy was still in the clan, he would probably be Jueyu's greatest opponent. Back then, his talent wasn't inferior to Jueyu and Kai Ling's. I wonder how much he has improved over the years? Upon hearing Jialo Huanyu's words, the expressions of the elders in the hall changed. They naturally knew who great guardian Jialo Huanyu was talking about. To them, that was a name that was rarely heard of in the past few decades. In fact, it was a name that had been forgotten by many people. Jialo Jueyu. The fifth protector's eyes trembled. He knew who that person was. He didn't agree with the clan's decision back then, and left the clan for almost 100 years. His talent is indeed not inferior to Jueyu and Kai Ling's. It's a pity that he's too stubborn and arrogant, said the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu. Because of him, the old lady hasn't left the valley for almost 100 years, sighed an elder. Jialo Jueyu has been in the outside world for so long and there hasn't been any news from him. Maybe he's already, the old elder didn't finish his sentence. The top experts of the golden-winged Great Rock clan would definitely be wary of the younger generation in the outside world. However, they also knew that if someone dared to touch the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, they would naturally conceal the news and the golden-winged Great Rock Clan wouldn't know about it. The mysterious bones and everything about the golden-winged Great Rock were too attractive to the outside world. In the courtyard on the mountainside, there were several towering trees in the small square. It was late autumn, but they were unusually lush. Little Star, Zither Demon, Phantom Tiger King, Divine Ape King, and the others were either squatting, standing, or sitting. Their gazes were uncertain, and they would occasionally look at the sky as if they were waiting for something. Chapter 1322. In front of a large tree, Zixian leaned lazily against the tree trunk. It was just that her beautiful face was somewhat unapproachable. Why isn't father back yet? Is he in danger? Little Xingxing looked into the distance, his big bewitching eyes filled with worry. At this moment, Zixian, who was leaning lazily against the tree trunk, lifted her body slightly and looked into the distance. Then, she continued to lean against the tree lazily. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of wind breaking came from the distance. Ghost Chariot, Guqin Demon, Shangguan Qixian, and the others immediately looked up and saw two figures flying over. The Hall Master is back. Spiritual Illusion Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, and the others got up and welcomed them happily. Whoosh whoosh. The two figures landed in front of the courtyard. They were Du Xiaofu and Jialo Kaling, who had just returned from the main hall. Father, what happened to you? Did those old fellows from the Golden Rock Clan attack you? One day, I won't let them off. Little Xingxing immediately became worried when he saw Du Xiaofu's blood-stained and deathly pale appearance. His tender voice was extremely authoritative. Jialo Kaling looked at little Xingxing and smiled helplessly. Your father is fine. Don't worry. Really? Little Xingxing still couldn't believe it. He raised his head and asked Du Xiaofu. It's nothing. It's just a small injury. Du Xiaofu patted little Xingxing's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. This small injury will be healed soon. Zixian, who was leaning lazily against the tree, looked at Du Xiaofu and raised her eyebrows slightly. Then, she continued to bask in the sun as if nothing had happened. It was as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Alright, you should heal first. You can't leave the clan for the time being. I will inform you if there are any results. Jialo Kaling said to Du Xiaofu and smiled at Zixian. Then, a faint golden light rippled under her feet and she flew away. Did they do anything to you? The Zither Devil, Shangguan Qixian, withdrew his sword from Jialo Kaling and looked at Du Xiaofu. It's fine now. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. His expression was still puzzled. Who exactly was that old lady? What kind of status did she have in the golden-winged Great Rocks? On the way back, Du Xiaofu had also asked Jialo Kaling about it. However, Jialo Kaling didn't seem to want to say much. She only said that he would know when the time came. Hall Master, what should we do now? Are we still going to stay with the golden-winged Great Rocks? Little Falcon stepped forward and asked Du Xiaofu. He felt that it wasn't safe to stay with the golden-winged Great Rock. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave for the time being. I need to go into seclusion for a few days to recover from my injuries. Just don't cause any trouble here. Du Xiaofu said to Little Falcon, Phantom Tiger King, and the others. Hearing this, Phantom Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others looked at each other. How would they dare to cause trouble in the golden-winged Great Rocks? Help me look after Little Star. I need to recover for a few days. Du Xiaofu went to Zixian's side. With no one in the golden-winged Great Rocks looking after Little Star, Du Xiaofu couldn't be at ease. You don't have to tell me. I will. Zixian looked at Du Xiaofu with her beautiful eyes, then continued to lean lazily against the tree trunk and bask in the sun. After a while, outside the room, Du Xiaofu placed a seal before entering the room. He called out the ancient desolate space between his eyebrows and entered it. This was the golden-winged Great Rock's secret bone and rock blood. Du Xiaofu was very clear that even if the super experts of the golden-winged great rocks discovered the ancient desolate space on him, they wouldn't think much of it. Du Xiaofu really needed time to recover, and there were other things he needed to do. He had no choice but to spend time in the ancient desolate space. In the misty ancient desolate space, an ancient and boundless aura filled the air. Swish, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. After a while, his body was enveloped in a pale golden energy halo. This time, under the pressure of Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu, Du Xiaofu's physical body was injured. However, with the immortal Xian body and the refinement of his divine body in the true rock realm, his physical body wasn't much of a problem, but his internal injuries weren't light. As Du Xiaofu adjusted his breathing, time slowly passed in the ancient desolate space. In the golden-winged great rocks, the news of Jialo Jiao's crushing defeat at the hands of the human Du Xiaofu spread, shocking all the golden-winged great rocks. All kinds of news about Du Xiaofu spread, and there were many who added fuel to the fire, making many golden-winged great rocks curious. In the end, even many golden-winged great rocks believed that Du Xiaofu was born from the bloodline of the golden-winged great rocks and a human. Therefore, as a human, he had the bones and blood of the golden-winged great rocks, and could activate the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged great rocks. However, the golden-winged great rocks, who were helped by Du Xiaofu and the others that day, put in a lot of good words for Du Xiaofu and the others in front of the other members of the clan, and they were full of praise. They heard that Du Xiaofu defeated Du Xiaofu with the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged great rocks, threatened the dragons of the beast realm, and even risked his life to save the members of the clan. This made many golden-winged great rocks have a good impression of Du Xiaofu. However, in the main hall, the news of Du Xiaofu becoming the grandson of the mysterious old lady didn't leak out. It was probably because the elders deliberately concealed it and didn't spread it in the clan. Time passed slowly. Although Du Xiaofu had caused quite a commotion in the golden-winged great rocks, the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks began to prepare as the grand competition of the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks was approaching. The younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks were making their final push for the grand competition. If they could make another breakthrough in the final period of time, they would definitely attract the attention of the elders in the clan during the grand competition, and they would be able to obtain more cultivation resources in the future. At dusk, the secluded valley was shrouded in the sunset glow. Grandmother. The courtyard of the secluded valley was ordinary and quiet. Jialo Kai Ling appeared at the entrance of the quiet courtyard, and her voice was gentle and respectful as she spoke to a stumbling old lady who was sweeping the courtyard. "Why are you here, girl? Come in." The old lady straightened her stumbling body, and a smile appeared on her wrinkled face. "I'm here to see grandmother." Jialo Kai Ling's voice was gentle, and her tall figure came to the old lady's side. She took the broom and supported the old lady to sit on a rattan chair at the side. "Little girl, you must have come for something. Tell me, why are you looking for grandmother?" The old lady smiled at Jialo Kai Ling, as if she could see through her at a glance. "Sure enough, I can't hide it from grandmother." Jialo Kai Ling smiled, and a slight change appeared on her charming face. She asked, "Grandmother, did you look for Du Xiaofu alone?" "What little boy?" "He's my grandson now, and he's your younger brother. Don't bully him in the future." The old lady smiled, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Hearing this, Jialo Kai Ling's smile froze on her face. She was clear about that kid's temper. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to bully him. Jialo Jueo was one of them. "Grandmother, that kid is your grandson now. Who would dare to bully him? The fourth elder and the fifth elder are having a headache now. I'm afraid that they won't dare to touch that kid." Jialo Kai Ling smiled. "What they want to do is their business. I've said before that I won't bother about the clan's matters anymore," the old lady said. Jialo Kai Ling smiled bitterly. She was clear that the old lady had already acknowledged her grandson. Although she said that she wouldn't bother about the clan's matters, who would dare to touch that kid now? After that, Jialo Kai Ling's charming face changed slightly. She said to the old lady, "Grandmother, you've seen that kid, right? Are you sure that he's Ju Qi?" The wrinkles on the old lady's face suddenly froze. After a while, she shook her head and said softly, "It's not Ju Qi. Ju Qi's secret bone is different. That's why the clan insisted on choosing Ju Yu. That's why he left in a fit of anger. It's not Ju Qi." Hearing this, Jialo Kai Ling was astonished. She looked at the old lady and asked, "If that's the case, Ju Qi is still outside. But where did that kid get his secret bone from? All these years, none of our clan's disciples have gone out and never returned." "Silly girl. Our clan exists in this world, but not all of them are in our clan. As far as I know, there's another place in this world where our clan members are." The old lady smiled at Jialo Kai Ling and said, "Don't bother about where Xiaofu's secret bone came from. He's my grandson now. Back then, I lost a grandson. This time, I've picked up another one. The heavens are kind to me." Jialo Kai Ling was silent for a while. She looked at the old lady and asked, "Grandmother, Ju Qi's whereabouts are still unknown. Should we continue to look for him? He has the demonic bone. Back then, you said that if he wasn't in the clan, he wouldn't be able to last another 100 years. Now, the 100 years are almost up." The old lady was silent again. She slowly got up and walked into the courtyard. She said to Jialo Kai Ling with her old voice, "Let nature take its course. His temper is much more stubborn than yours and Ju Yu's. If he's going to come back, he'll come back. If he's not going to come back, it's useless even if we find him." "I understand, grandmother." Jialo Kai Ling nodded. She stood in the courtyard for a while before leaving.